it's time to get in it and see what's gonna happen. Rolling for Nicole. I'm just trying to think where to roll. Because if I go to the Witch's Lodge, that's going to start the new sort of pseudo-Selenic Chronicles for her, which I don't want to do right now. But hello, how you doing? We're gonna roll for Nicole. Nicole rolls. Nick rolls. Okay, just had to check something. So, yeah. Okay, so first, I guess we could do a couple of daily... Right, we should unlock the Envisage Echo stages first. Yeah, if you use her with Varka, Varka can actually do a different combo. If I keep mixing this up with the actual Imaginarium Theater place. Oh my goodness. The theater lobby. But basically, you can spam more charged attacks because you don't have to worry as much about using normals in order to decrease the cooldown of his E-skill, because her attack buff lasts for longer. So you can do a lot more damage by changing the combo. I don't know how many you spam, but you basically don't use normals at all if you're using Varka with Nicole. You just spam charge attacks, because they deal more damage over the course of the rotation, and then the special E or special charge attacks will just naturally come off cooldown when you need them. Yeah, it's big. A lot of it is, are you using the new Hexerai artifact set with him and her, or... I mean, I would say I'm waiting for Stygian to farm any pieces of that, because it's more efficient, and I have other things I want to be using my resin for. Like pre-farming for 6.7's character, for example, but let's just unlock these. Apparently Wanderers is hilariously difficult. Extend, damage will reduce it. Oh, you have to dodge. Okay, normal or charge attacks. Power amplification. Before, interesting. What does that mean? Well, whatever. I'll figure this out. And I do have his C1, which should make things marginally easier. Yeah, but the set will be even better. Noblesse is a good stopgap, but the main thing is that the set is meant to basically... It synergizes incredibly well with him, and especially with an off-field damage-dealing Durin, who's benefiting from the Pyro buff, as it's buffing both Pyro and Animo when you've got Varka and Nicole together in the team to trigger Hexerai Resonance, because of the fact that he's doing both Animo and Pyro and is able to make use of both of those. This one is simple. Yeah, I can just use Serpent Spawn on her without any issue, I imagine. The following order. 6, 8, 9, I guess the crit buffs are together, but I don't want to do that right now. It's got golems. It's a trial Xingqiao. Oh, that may be... If sacrificial. The final question on Jeopardy yesterday, I honestly don't remember. I've been very, very... Do you get Jeopardy the day after America gets Jeopardy? Yeah, it's a R1, so that sucks. It was... Oh, no. It was basically... You know, after being rejected in his native country, he spoke to Christians and had a sort of spiritual awakening in Britain. And at first, I was watching it with my dad. I forgot who he said Malcolm X, but I mean, that wouldn't have been in Britain, because famously, Malcolm X went on Hajj to Mecca and changed his name to, like, Hajj Malik El-Shabazz, I believe. Saw someone talking about that earlier today, actually. Oh, I got the freaking kinky, whatever. And then came back to America and became, you know, less about, you know, racial conflict and more about religious ideology. But it was actually Gandhi, because Gandhi and, you know, Ken Jennings, the one good Mormon, talked about it afterwards. That Gandhi was rejected by Indians when he went to study law in Britain. Sorry, that was also part of the question, that he went to study law. but then speaking to Christians in Britain gave him a sort of spiritual and religious awakening, because that was referring to Gandhi adopting a specifically pacifist philosophy. You can say the real word. Okay. Well, a little surprise from Nicole. You still remember my garden, don't you? You know, that beautiful house that perfectly suits the vibe, quote-unquote, of a witch and an angel. Well, I finally finished decorating the whole place. You'll never guess what kind of puzzles I've set up inside. Spent so long coming up with them, so you'd better hurry over and try them out. I promise every single one is a blast. And of course, the treasures awaiting you at the end are nothing short of marvelous. No, I mustn't go on. Another word, and I'll end up revealing the solutions, their origins on my clever little tricks. That would ruin everything. Anyway, don't keep me waiting. Come quickly, I'll be inside. She has some tea snacks and tea, because that's still the only tea we have in the game. But it's just talking about... And you made a crown of the new set, I presume? I should hope. Oh, not what I wanted. This is just giving you a bit of information about the trail challenges. And this is the one I just can't do because I don't have Ayato. But at this point, I mean, I could do a couple of those, but I'll probably save that for Sunday with theater. Yeah. I mean, it'll take you there eventually, and the ER does help. Though, to be fair, if you're not running her on a Hexride team, I'm pretty sure she doesn't even want to use her burst at all. But, let me see something. And... all sorts. But this is the default one. It's interesting that it's got basically just Mondstadt and Fontaine specifically, which I imagine is a bit of a holdover from the fact that it came out near the end of Fontaine while being in Mondstadt, but still. What the burst does is that it adds coordinated attacks that scale partially off of Nicole's own attack, but are counted as being from the active character for the sake of using the active character's damage % bonus. Oh, I was not intending to do that. Traveler in Paimon, it's been a while. As it happens, there is a letter here for you. One moment here. Well, I guess we're starting this earlier. Okay, oops. A letter from who? Letter Tatsino Tegami. Oh, and we're in our new outfit. That's fun. I wonder if it's just putting us in the new outfit from now on, or if it's based on the fact that we have it equipped, because I do have it equipped. And it's Kale! Dear Diary, I'm Kale. I work as a trainee force ranger under my master, Tinari, so studying at the academia. Yeah, her own damage means nothing. Her attack influences her shield, the magnitude of the attack buff she confers on the rest of the party, and also the damage of her coordinated attacks. But the main thing is, like I said, it uses the damage % bonus and the crit of the on-field character, and it deals more damage when it's a Hexride character triggering them. That's the main thing you want to be aware of if you're using it. And I believe that people ran the numbers, and it got some scribbling sound effect in the background, that it's not actually worth using unless you're going to have Hexride characters proccing it. So if you're using her on a team with, say, Arlecchino, for example, you don't really care to use the burst at all. At which point you might honestly, I don't know, build more attack and not care about energy recharge for the sake of increasing your shield strength. And the attack buff does cap. It takes a bit to actually hit the cap to trigger it, unless you're running Signature. If you're running her with, say, Skyward Atlas, it isn't an issue, but getting better and better at reading lately. Mr. Alhytham says that the written word is a crucial medium for exploring the world and understanding oneself. So I decided to start this diary. Yeah. Did you get Prune? If so, you should build Prune for that team, because Prune exists basically just for on-field DPS, Venti or Varka, ideally with Durin and Nicole as well. That said, what should I write about? Things are pretty quiet in Samaria these days. Life is good. Every day is a fulfilling and happy one. When I think back to the days when I suffered from Eleazar, or way back to when I was injected with Archon remains, I'm in a much better place now. I hope it stays that way forever. Yeah. C0 Prune is already better than a C0 Venti for that team. It might be a little bit different if Venti's got LG for the end, but you don't have Venti in the first place, so. Yeah. Demon Scale Disease, it's called in Japanese. Hello, how you doing? JWU? I use Prune instead. Sucrose is not doing much. The team doesn't need EM share. Prune can hold VV too. Sucrose having some off-field presence isn't helping because VV only works on-field. Yeah, build your Prune for that team. Because Prune gives specific buffs to Varka. I'll leave it there for now. Tianari said he'll take me shopping in Sumeru City today, which is great, because I'm meaning to visit the toy seller, the Grand Bazaar, for a while. Well, we gotta roll for Nicole first. Didn't think this would start so soon. Koi, time to go. Sathos! Hello, everybody. What is she show? Yes, Master, huh? Fair, but Sucrose is doing nothing other than being a second Animo character and being Hexera, I guess, which you've already got 3 on the team. So, yeah, I would, not recommend using Sucrose on there. If you're wanting to make that team strong, Prune should be your next target to build. After Nicole, of course. Sathos is a Forest Watcher now. What the heck? That's wacky. What's wrong, Cole? Is there something on my face? No, sorry, didn't mean to share. Did Tianari send you to pick me up? What happened at Sathos? Tianari Shisha? Oh, what are you talking about? And Tianari is the General Mahamatra. He's probably busy arresting criminals in Sumeru City. I mean, if that's what floats your boat, I can introduce you. Oh, this is Dottore screwing with the ley lines! Because everyone has swapped roles. Sathos is playing the role of Tianari. Tianari is playing the role of Sino. Presumably, maybe Sino is in the Temple of Secrets doing God knows what. Prune is not going to be on banner with Lowen. She's not going to be on 2 banners in a row. Never has that happened. But they are good, especially her C6. It just increases her attack, which allows her to give more buffs to Varka. If I recall correctly, her attack buff caps at around 5,000 attack, which is a lot, but it means you can get additional attack bonus to the on-fielder, ideally, again, Varka or Venti, with, it takes a while to have her stop benefiting from getting more attack. Wait, Tianari is the General Mahamatra? What about Mr. Sino? He's in the desert. Probably. Sino-san. Sorry. Oh, wouldn't know him because he's probably still in the temple. Oh, you mean that guy who just joined the Bakumana Darshan? Rumor has it he's the leader of the Temple of Silence. If that's true, it's pretty impressive. So it's like they've all rotated one slot on the triangle, so to speak. Yeah, Sino is Sathos, Sathos is Tianari, and Tianari is Sino. No worries. Sounds like you've been getting to know more and more people since you joined the academia. That's great, but don't let your forest ranger duties fall by the wayside, okay? And oh, Sathos joined Valhumana, just like Skara. Character created because Skara had nobody to do Yaoi with. That's right. What's going on? Sathos is acting like he's my teacher, and Tianari is taking over Sino's job. Is this some kind of prank? Presumably. No, it's Dottore. Well, in the Japanese, they called it a cold gag. Samui. Samui joku. Yeah, a cold joke. Which is how in Japanese they refer to a bad joke. This will mean something to like one person, but I mean that's fair. Honest to goodness though, Nicole's cons aren't all that bad. If you had to come, well, we'll see. Yeah, but it's in Japanese. The Pokemon move chilly reception is Samui Gagu, cold gag. Yeah, in East Asia, a bad joke, where you might have say crickets in a Western work, crickets chirping because nobody laughed. It's represented by the room suddenly becoming cold. And that's why the Pokemon move Chilly Reception sets snow when, for whatever reason, it's Slowking's signature move despite neither of them being ice types. And now we can get back to the actual game. Thank you. Okay. If so, it's a weird choice to prank, but anyway, Sethos doesn't look like he's joking. What is this all about? Yeah, but basically she said this is a bad joke. Some kind of bad joke. Specifically bad. Koi can never escape Dottore making her life hell. You're zoning out again. I'm gonna go buy some tools for the rangers. Why don't you stretch your legs a bit? It's been a while since you last visited the city, right? Hisashiburi daro. Okay. Mate, wait. He's right, it has been a while since I last visited Sumeru City. Is it always like this? I mean, it feels familiar, yet somehow something seems different. Chigayona? Is this really Sumeru City? Yeah, Durin, Nicole, and Lowen is the primary 3/4 of the team pretty non-negotiable. Because the big thing is that since Nicole's buffing on-field and off-field, and the team's damage is more or less almost evenly split between Lowen and Durin, you need Nicole for them, really. And then the 4th slot can be Sucrose is the budget option, but generally you're using either Shionen or Satwali based on your level of investment. Okay, special story mode save point. When this icon appears in your quest tracker, it indicates that your progress has been saved, and exiting story mode will not set your progress back. When you are in a special story mode, you can tap the exit button to check your last save. That's great, because I would like to go roll for Nicole now. Where flowers awaken, explore Sumeru City. Something appears to have happened over on Koi's End. Big... Oh, do you have a site keeping track of that or something? Flowers awaken... That is all falls to emptiness. That started as talking to Catherine. Yeah, in Nodcry, following a tranquil stay in Nodcry, you check in with Catherine to see if anything noteworthy has happened lately. Thank you, Wiki. Oh, okay. Yeah, I keep track of any 5-star weapon or character. I don't really keep track of anything. Don't really keep track of 4 stars. I've gotten too many Yanfeis to keep trying to track that, honestly. Specifically Yanfeis. Okay. Well, let us dip. Last save within 3 minutes. Initial story mode may have to experience some of the... Well, I don't know what that is, but we'll see. You can actually see... Normally they cut off all the icons. I guess they changed that too. I will say... Fair. But again, I mean, if you do... Nicole C1 ain't bad. The question is who I go for next patch. Apparently there's some intimations that we may actually be getting more Hexerai buff soon. Poor Yua. But it... Probably Yai at this point. I mean, Niwa would be funny, but it... I don't know. Probably Sano or Yai, and Yai is more support-oriented. But Yai is... Well, the thing about it is... Unless you have Elegy, and... Venti's cons, except his C4, really don't have any support capability. Prune at C0 is better for a Varka team than Venti at C0. I don't know if people tested that with Elegy, that might make it closer, but when you start getting Prune cons, it isn't even any contest. Because Venti is a grouper and a sub-DS, and DPS, and not an especially good sub-DPS. Prune is basically a devoted buffer for Venti, or on-field Varka in a Hex team. Yeah. Venti's buffs are not meaningful enough to compete with Prune, even at C0 for either. But honestly, yeah, probably Yai Frico. Going for Kui was probably a little silly. I honestly should have gone for Niwu anyway, because going for a... Oh, DPS is always silly. I mean, we'll see the pace at which they actually add characters to this. I know, no. Prune is incredible for Varka at C6, but at C0 she's already better, because she's actually buffing Varka, and Durin to a lesser extent, if I recall correctly. I mean, with the Shred especially. Venti's damage contribution is not meaningful enough if you're running him as an off-fielder. That's the thing. This all falls to emptiness. Song of the Welcome Moon on Dante, now available. People describe wisdom in many different ways. An eternal garden, an imperishable monument, an ancient tree that reaches the sky. Irmin's soul. Well, it's probably Nabu Malikata, Orchard of Paradisa. Perishable Monument, probably Deshret's Temple. Mausoleum, Ancient Tree, and that's Nihida/Ruka Devada's the avatar of Irminsul. From these, they extract what they most desire: flower, Malikata, stone, Deshret, a weave, Ruka Devada, Nihida. Wisdom also seeps in every dream, for better or worse, flowing like a stream. Rhymes, projecting itself as a shadow of a tree over every corner of the world. Thus, the catastrophe that works in dreams yet manifests itself. Now it is descending. Well, I mean, for now, Venti works. Even Sucrose kind of works. It's not an incredible priority. It's just that, in a vacuum, Prune is better. Do you not have Oathsworn Eye? Prune can run Thrilling Tales, and the really funny thing is that if you're running her and Nicole on the same team, with the right rotation, you can actually get Thrilling Tales to buff both Durin and Varka. Okay, Fish. Do this, just see how the team works. Beto is getting buffed next patch. It isn't all that drastic, but it's still pretty cool. Song of Days Pass, Thundering Fury Royal, Rightful, Kida, and Stringless. They don't really change that, but yeah, we'll see what happens. Wait. If you've got Thrilling Tales built and you don't have other options, I mean, you may as well. It's really hard to beat, honestly. Okay. And see. And we're not gonna have that much. There's no one to really be an outfielder here, huh? Oh, whatever. And that's fine. And there, how did we miss? That was embarrassing. Didn't hit anyone, and sure, that's the end of it. Dang. I mean, that's more attack, I guess. I wonder if the helper team has anything regarding how you should build Prune at this point. Let me see. They do not yet have any. They do have some stuff for Prune, actually. Well, that's interesting. Fav Codex. Huh. Energy recharge, attack. I mean, it's weird that they say this, because if you're running... Varka doesn't really care for energy. Venti does not really care for energy either, because he gets free energy on Burst, and it also has energy recharge Ascension. I mean, you can use Fav Codex on her, at which point you probably want to build full attack on all three. But that also means... I mean, she can run Celestial Gift, but Nicole would be holding that already. I mean, it's just... There's really no point in using her except with Venti or Varka. And at that point, you're going to ideally be running Nicole and Durin. She's very, very specific. Honestly, if you have a Fav, you can run that and then just run attack because it'll meet her energy needs. Oathsworn works too. I'm probably going to be running her on Skyward, frankly. Just to get more attack and hope for enough substats. Because again, it's none of the teams I'd be running her on really need an incredible amount of particles. So, yeah, in that case, you can run her with Fav. Or you could run her with I. You could run her with I if you really wanted to. I mean, well, Thrilling Tales are... It says Thrilling Tales are Flowing Purity. You may want the Fav Codex, honestly. Depends on your needs. Do you have that link saved to the document? Okay. Wolf Boy. Oh, it's Hex Razor. That's right. Okay. We'll see. Now we want to run this. That's fine. Do you not have a Fav Codex ready? Or at all? Huh. Well, that will kind of cause issues. Okay. Thank you, and... Wow, that's right, he doesn't have any poise from that. Forgot. Okay. Fine, switch out. Oh, well, in that case, you're good to go, honestly. And finish this. But yeah, I mean, this is kind of an X team, but still. Okay. Okay. Ouch. Without Bennett on the team actually running as physical, this is such a really funny way to be trying to run this character. Well, whatever. Hi. Really, you want to run him with Bennett. Ideally C6 Bennett, so that you can double up on Buster and Chevy, but... You know, what's interesting is that you actually want to run an Electro Damage Goblet on him now, because it's good pretty much everywhere, and... with Fischl, Bennett, Chevy, which is currently his best team, he actually gets more attack than he needs. You run the opportunity at cost. She doesn't need EM for anything. I just want to check. Were you under the impression that EM increased the shred that the Iridescent Venerer does to Element? Well, I mean, I will also say that she doesn't get any benefit from Elemental Mastery other than swirl damage, and no character other than Venti in a very high AoE situation does any meaningful damage with swirl. Not even Mizuki, honestly. Okay, Prune is an animo support character, provides damage bonuses to her teammates. After casting her elemental skill, Prune strikes the Witch Holder Bell with a Bane Hunter Oathhammer, dealing animo damage to nearby enemies. After casting her elemental skill, Prune strikes a Witch... if this attack triggers a swirl reaction, then for a short duration, Prune's Hammer is, well, that didn't really deal any damage to that slime. Prune's Hammer is enshrouded by the element involved in the previous swirl reaction, causing it to undergo elemental conversion. Prune can then tap the skill again to kick the Bane Hunter Oathhammer forward, dealing damage to the corresponding elemental type to opponents in front of her. Well, it then strongbox Viridescent, maybe even farm Viridescent and Stygian. But you could... The main thing is that... I mean, in the end, the Shred does not last all that long. The main thing is maximizing her attack. You could even build 2-piece attack on her as a stopgap. Through casting her Elemental Burst, Prue deals AoE. They did not capitalize this. Animo damage via the Witch Holder Bell. Bell then enters the Hunter Seeker mode, periodically attacking nearby enemies. After unlocking the Ascension talent, Verdict and Punishment, the Witch Holder Bell in Hunter Seeker mode deals damage to an opponent, triggers a swirl reaction. Prune will summon a Bane Hunter Oathhammer to attack the opponent, dealing damage to the type matching the elemental conversion from the swirl. Okay, and keep that up. Oh, they're even running her O-Swarm. That's crazy. They have her on Celestial Gift. Oh, okay. Oh. But that's only going to be Animo for her. That isn't helping Varka much. This is the way it works. Rising Winds, and they gave both of them their signatures. Oh my goodness. Sapwood. Stygian is out starting next Wednesday. Pogo Hammer. Very cute design. Yesha. Yosho. Right, that's a save point. Okay. Let's see how this goes. Okay. And 45. Okay. Well, alright. And... Oh! Okay. It's a very heavy AoE situation. Well, that's fine, I guess. Wow. Alright. I might try that one more quick time. Just to see how that works with Prune. And you have enough time to use that again after the burst and make sure she catches her own particles. Okay. And what were they using in this one? Let's see. Yeah, and Stygian this time is... Second one's Tulpa, first one is the White Wolf, third one is actually the Watcher, the Angel Boss. So the Angel Boss is intended pretty specific... Oh, Gladiators, what? HP and ER, oh my goodness, these are so screwed up. Sackbow, Stringless Fablands, okay. It's intended to be a low endurance show boss specifically. The first one is a Varka show boss, primarily. Which means, honestly, since well, if you're not doing Fearless, it doesn't really matter, but on Fearless, I'm probably gonna have to use Nicole and Durin and Lowen on the third one, and then just Varka, Prune, and some other screwed up. Well, probably Bennett and, I don't know, maybe Xiangling. It's silly. Let's do this again. Just for fun. During power character off-field DPS team support skills used to aid party members to offensive role, attack assist special alternatives, denial darkness, confirmation of purity, damage to nearby opponents, slowing power res and corresponding element res, increases with Hexerai, increases damage by vaporize and melt, dealing single target pyro damage to vapor melt, increases more with Hexerai. Okay. Just want to check these out. No cons in the trial run, yeah, and Rising Winds, which, when he initially had his test run, that was, oh goodness. During test run. What did they give him? When he first had his test run, they ran him on Noblesse, that's right. Okay. But of course, if you have that on Bennett, not much is done. Okay. Cool. And now we wait. We just have to wait. Oh my goodness. Special normal and special burst. Oh, and that, for the sake of this, reset the cooldown. Okay, that was fun. Now let's see. Kui Albedo and Benny Boy. That's right. Again, plus per and Rising Winds on Kui. Change that. Still at Cinnabar, which is still so crazy. Whatever. Okay. Whatever. And even with it like this right now, we're still gonna go for the shred. And hello, Kui. And it. There we go. Thank you, and it's good. And yeah, that's over now. You can get basically exactly 5, but only if you time it right. Maybe we're using for the EM, depending on what we're hitting. Perhaps. Okay, 1, 2, 3. You know, C1 Kui will probably be pretty decent for theater, but I do kind of wish I'd gone for the eye, and then maybe for Sino. Sino has some supportive capabilities. Now, it's just an EM buff, which is actually... Beto is now giving a better EM buff. I'm talking about Stellar Superconduct. Yeah, it's big. A shield helps him a lot. It's a Bennett buff that doesn't require the burst, takes less time. She has some damage contribution. And with Celestial Gift, she's providing both Animo and Pyro damage bonus, which is great for him. A lot more useful than just Noblesse giving an attack buff and when he already has a lot of attack to begin with. Because he's building an attack. He's running an attack goblet and attack sands. He doesn't need any energy recharge. So damage bonus is a lot more useful for him, and he doesn't get a lot of it normally, at least until now. Clamor Within, Nicole. And Nicole is an off-field power support who provides attack bonus, shields, and coordinated attacks. After casting her elemental skill, Nicole grants all nearby party members the grace of kenosis, which is a Greek language Christian religious term. Means emptying. Refers to the incarnation of Jesus into a human form. Thank you, religion. A fact increasing their attack, protecting them with a shield of blazing light. When certain conditions are met, Grace of Kenosis will upgrade into Guidance of Theosis, which is literally becoming divine. And divinization, further increasing the attack bonus. After casting her elemental burst, when the active character's attacks hit enemies, Nicole summons an arcane projection to perform coordinated attacks, dealing AoE damage to the active character's elemental type. This damage is considered to be dealt by that character. Additionally, arcane projections and Hexerai characters may appear slightly different. Forka. Okay. And of course, she got Celestial Gift. Oh, where's that new domain? Let's unlock that. Crown of the final Scion, because she is the final child of the angels. I believe it looks a little different when she's holding it too. And it just maximizes base attack. Pathfinder's Light, God's Contentment, and free energy. And with Hex up, we'll buff Durin a little too. Divine Envoy, the Eternal Court. Golden Box is splendid as the light of the heavens. Okay. What about it? I don't even know what enemies are in. Is it angels? Probably, right? That's right. Oh, we also need to do our witch's homework. Allegoria. A story. Uncreated light. And the ladder of divine ascent, that's like Jacob's ladder. You want to know the principles that underpin the divine plan? Huh, that's an easy one. Ever heard of the saying, the gods became humans so that humans could become gods? I mean, that's literally... She's literally quoting Athanasius. Yeah, God became man so that man might become God. That is... yeah. I actually had to read this for college. So yeah, it's from Athanasius' On the Incarnation. It's real short. I wonder if they mentioned that on the wiki. The gods walked as humans so that humans could walk as gods. Though the civilization that gave us the saying, I fear even uttering their name could invite disaster. Yeah, is now gone. Well, I guess, is that to that civilization, or is that Earth? About the real ancient Greece. Well, not ancient Greece, it's, you know, like 1st century Greece. Is now gone, don't see any harm in passing on their words here. Well, even if there is harm, the harm is already done. Ahem, in any case, what you should understand is they who dwell above. Second thought, I really can't say. I'm afraid I can't answer your question right now. How about we talk about something else, and it... Oh, it dwells in uncreated light. Uncreated light. Yeah, I mean, a lot of this is specifically Eastern Orthodox. Yeah. Thank you, Wikipedia. Yeah, the Tabor light and the Transfiguration. There's a... Like, she's very, not just Christian, but specifically Eastern Orthodox. It's interesting. But some of these words I don't recognize. But one interesting idea that was briefly mentioned when I was doing wiki binging on various religions some years ago is that basically the fire of hell is not like fire, it's basically divine goodness that is, you know, that the evil cannot comprehend or bear. And Methexis, observance, let's look it up on Google. And it's, let me see. It's a relationship between forms. Partaking in forms, so presumably, you know, sharing the buff. Exactly. And we have philokalia. Means love of something. Philokalia. Oh, it's also specifically Greek Orthodox. Yeah. Oh, love of beauty, kalos. Like calopigenous, which means beautiful butt. I'm sorry. Yeah, the hesychast. Contemplative. Which people consider to be basically the equivalent of Buddhist meditation in the Orthodox. Yeah. Bala Ascension. That's crazy. And Nepsis is... What about sepsis? Oh, it's wakefulness or watchfulness, because she's watching for treasure chests. Okay, sorry. Hello, Bala. How are you doing? Okay, lighten the darkness, so we gotta do that, and it just buffs Hexerite power. Okay, cool. Okay. Oh, entitled Bala. Well, let's keep on going. Orca Venti. Just the Mighty Wolf, and its Celestial Gift. VV. Sacrags. And, you know, this is like his team. I'm surprised they're not using Prune here. Well, that's fine. Because the team with Prune was Varka, Durin, Prune, and then just Bennett. They got very close to the actual best team. One of those is true. Let's keep going, and Okay. I do know we can run things slightly differently. You can catch those particles, sure. Cool. And we can just use the normal combo for now. And holy crapola! Okay. Wow. And yeah, that's fine by me. Okay. Watch what? Oh, but that filled the... Oh, we got our angels here. That's fine. And good. Yeah, it's crazy how much she helps him. Okay, now let's actually roll. And now, let's remember to actually dispatch the expedition. There are a couple of places. If I go to her house, it's gonna start that quest line. And it was over here. Oh, okay. So that's what that little pocket was all about. Let's go over and avail ourselves. At least unlock the darn thing. You know, they actually specifically patched Linnea's behavior and logic there, because last patch, that would not have broken the crystals. It would have hit them very slightly. And then I would have had to just shoot another arrow. I think they increased the AoE, or at least buffed the targeting to make it better at destroying things from above. And yeah, there was nothing here. This is a spot we saw. I mean, perhaps. Thorny Crown of the Mountain Wind. Domain of Blessing Flower Feast, or a floral realm hidden amidst the mountains, now seldom visited due to its remote location. You can defeat the scoundrels that dwell in this place. You may obtain precious artifacts, disenchantment, and deep shadow. Only blessing may be obtained as you make your way towards Snezhnaya, which is not to say in Snezhnaya, it's next patch when they had Stellar Conduct. Okay, or Stellar Superconduct. And that's Earthguard. Oh, normal or charge attack, so it's... Oh, nice. It's all about Varka, wow. Who'd have thunk it? Domain Keepers. And it's just generic dudes until you get higher. Okay, well, I don't really feel inclined to do that right now. In the ages when the Thousand Winds could still brush against the Temple of Space and Istroth was not exiled from Asmodee's domain for reasons unknown, the ancient people of Elysium believed that the city-state, eternally sealed within its coffin. Elysium, that's not around here, would ultimately overcome the destruction wrought by external corruption, flourishing unceasingly like a sacred forest. Yet all things in this world wax and wane, the dream of Elysium shall never return. What remains in the wind is not but poetry and blooming flowers. Wonder if that might mean Arcadia or something? Who knows? But the places where we saw them before, and where is our domain going to be? If we go to Sumeru City, there's that house that we first met Nicole in, and then we met her in the Flip Sandre too, that's right. Yeah. Also, I don't know if you got it, but I was asking before if... Oh. You were talking about a fruit before you liked. I don't think... I mentioned it last time. I'm not sure if you heard over everyone else, but... I'm wondering if you were referring to a mangosteen, especially since there are mangosteen Pokemon. Balancewheat, Seenie, and Sarina. And this is where we first met her. This is the team where she's going to replace... And Prune is going to replace him. Poor Venti. Okay. Let us start our rolls then. This is what we want. Also, next patch, Chi-Chi is going to get buffed to a crazy degree and become actually good. Especially at C6. Woke? Are you calling them woke? What? Not very. Let me put things up. But at C6, Chi-Chi becomes an incredibly ridiculous Stellar Conduct buffer in the sense that she gives 4 massive Stellar Conduct quills. And mind you, that since Stellar Conduct is direct reaction damage and ignores defense, The multipliers look small, you know, are deceptively small. Do a lot more damage than their size might expect. But no worries. No, not a mango, a mangosteen. Mangosteen's a different fruit. I don't even know why it's called mangosteen, but it's this thing. Peel it off the seeds. So we're talking about a seed that you could peel the flesh from the seeds. And they're big in Southeast Asia, including Thailand. Because they were starting a little game of cat and mouse with me trying to figure out... Well, yeah, it's Bounsweet, Sarina. And that's what I was saying. Come on, Bala. It's you. Oh, I forgot that... Oh, that's right. That wasn't a Sarina learning Stomp. Yeah, but it's a mangosteen. Yeah. Amajo. Sweet Queen, basically. Or witch, kind of. Okay, well... You know, I'm glad that my C6 Chi-Chi is actually going to be somewhat useful. And right now we are at 4 pity on the event character banner. Let's get this started in here. Okay, well, I'm sorry to hear that, but you did get a ball of motion. That's right? Uh-oh. Does that mean I'm gonna get bad rolls? Probably. Hopefully not. Let's see what happens. 11? I mean, how many total in the week? That's inhumane. Let's see how many prunes we get. Hopefully, like, C2, maybe. We got a prune. Nice. And 34. Let's see how far in. Oh. Yeah, exactly. Take it back. I deserve nothing. I mean, I've only gotten 1 double ever. That's fish. Ugh. We may be stuck at C0. That would be a little painful. Well, we'll see what happens. Eye perception. What the balla? Okay. 64. Well, I mean, it's a 50-50 chance. It's getting all these erasers. I mean, the Star Glitter's nice, I guess, but still. And oh, hello. Let's count up one by one. 5, 6, 7, 8. I will see. 9. Well, I've already got CC. Chi-Chi C6 is the thing. I wouldn't benefit from getting any more past. I sense growing spite. Oh, it's right at 74. Moment of truth. Oh, well. Oops. So we're right at 0. So we have literally 0 prune constellations. That's hilarious. Tashi wa Nicole. At 74. On the 20th of May. Perhaps. What? Are you my enemy now too? That's crazy. Okay, so now let's relocate to the Flo Sandra. And... Pew 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 pew. Where we met her with the TN. Oh, music stopped. And you know, let's actually change the party around slightly. Where was it? Is it right over here? It was... If I get it wrong, I'll lose the 50-50, won't I? I mean, I'll lose the 37.5, 62.5. Well, I'm pretty sure that table's gone, actually. Maybe it was... Was it here? I don't think it was here. I think it was just out sitting. I mean, it's been years since I did that quest. You can just be in the middle. Oh, you did get the weapon, big. Okay. Well, let's put them in the party. Aw. Boo-boo-woo. And I'm pretty sure that you actually want to use Prune first, so that Nicole Varka is getting all the projections. Projecting. Okay. And yeah, there just no constellations. And that does mean not getting that. You know, maybe I should roll for a prune just for the energy, honestly. I think people talked about who's going to be on Bandwidth low, and it's just not any good. Yeah, I mean, we'll see how much is left over. And to be honest, wouldn't complain all that much about C1 if that came along. But, well, whatever. Whatever. As in terms of shielding? I guess the question is your Varka at 90 or 80? Because the little bit of defense you get from going to 80 to 90 will make a difference, if so. Let me just see. Okay, and at weapon we are at... Let me check again. Yeah. Well, in that case, it might just be who you're fighting. What happened... I applied for a job that ended up being a secret MLM, and I said, I don't want your job anymore after I found out that it was literally an MLM. Multi-level marketing, and they just won't stop. Okay. Yeah, I think trying to get Prune C1 just for the energy. Because that will mean that I won't have to change my build around much when I hopefully eventually get that C1. Fair. Okay. Here we go. That should be 37, right? Yeah. Random Farazan. Okay. Not true. I don't even... It's been a while since I've had any... Well, actually, I did get to use Farazan for Venti. When Venti was back at the saddle, but beyond that. I will not tolerate attempts to be humiliated by a Bala. Okay. Alright, and then I guess we'll go to Witch's Cottage, sure. To start those quests. And we'll level them up a bit and put some... Honestly, Nicole can just take Bennett's Noblesse for now, probably. Well, actually, no. I probably... Shen has Noblesse. Yeah. Moment of truth approaches. We're getting close. Angelo says Heptades. Yeah, the Heptamede's 7. You know, Archon is a Gnostic term. And pretty notably, you know, the idea of 7 Archons existing is a Gnostic thing. Are you saying that because you want me to lose? Fucker. Sorry. We're enemies, huh? Are we enemies now? I think we're enemies now. No, do I have to start booting you every time I roll? Don't make me do this. Okay. Sorry. 6. Well, honestly, this might not be so bad. Because that is... I kid you not, I was kind of hoping to get Aquila, because that is one of the highest base attack swords. And now I can put it on Chi-Chi to maximize her base attack for the sake of her lunar superconduct quills. So actually you accidentally gave me something I wanted. You may not be out of the woods yet. It's not cope. I'm not kidding. When I saw Chi-Chi's buffs, I thought... Random Rosaria. Yeah. I am, though. I'm evil. I think we can afford to maybe toss it a couple prunes or something. This is me rolling for Xing Chao Cons back on the... when I rolled for Hu Tao when I was starting out. Well, we'll go pick that up. Forte. Come on, early. But as I was saying, at C6, when Chi-Chi uses Burst, she gets 4 quills for Stellar Conduct damage that are... oh, each equal to 400 times her attack. So getting Aquila, though that does mean I will need to build Aquila, is honestly pretty nice. Though it means I'm just trying to think. It depends on how good her... She also gets a bit of a nuke, Stellar Conduct nuke on her burst with the buff she got. So it might be worth building the new Superconduct set for her, for that nuke damage. But we'll see. No, sorry. So we are enemies now. This is crazy. I'm going to eat you. Heptades. Oh, but as I was saying... Post 50-50. That in original Gnostic texts, they use the phrase hebdomad, which just means 7 of something. Which, you know, is how we get, you know, the term the 7 in the context of this game, but they never actually call it the hebdomad here. Well, you deserve it, probably. You go through a lot. Okay, but yeah, there's a Aquila. It's pretty fun, and now I need to mine more ore. Wow. Falcon's Defiance, the soul of the Knights of Avonius. Millennia later, it still calls on the winds of swift justice to vanquish all evil. Just like the last heroine who wielded it, that would be Vanessa. Falcon of the West. Oh, and that's right, it does also just give more attack. Yeah. But it... yeah, because this caps at around 741, if I recall correctly. You got a meaningfully increased amount. That said, Skyward has energy recharge. I guess it depends on my substats. Yeah. Well, I don't know. Life is tough. I guess we can't be enemies, because that would make Bala sad or something. Oh, this is short. Only the Falcon's protection was a blessing of Favonius, the North Wind, I think. That's the West Wind, right. If you knew the blessing of Avonius was from a distant tribe, not Lon. Under the tyranny of the old nobles, Mondstadt cried for freedom, and enslaved was the exiled foreign fighter in the land of wind. Yet she knelt not before injustice and deception, but set a shining example. For she overthrew the barbaric nobles and established a chivalric order in the chivalric... how do you pronounce that? Order in the church. Blessed was she to eventually walk with the gods and ascend to Celestia. Okay. This was her sword that witnessed all her hardships and feats, a testament to her achievement in spreading justice across Mondstadt. You can feel her unrelenting spirit when swinging this sword. Justice for the oppressed, freedom for the shackled, wisdom for the deceived. Let the wind of justice and freedom lead. Let the wind lead. Okay. Oh. Well, eventually. Can toss a couple at this, I suppose. That's true. You're still the only person I've actually crashed out against, so take some pride in that, perhaps. Okay. Oh, that's good. That's very good. Happy to hear that. Yeah. Please don't get cancer and die. That would really suck. So let's see what that looks like, depending on the character we equip it on. We could test it out on Prune. Oh, but that's right, that's right. Let's throw a few more rolls on Nico to see if we... Let's try to pick up another Prune. Surely this can only end well. Good lord. Okay. Come on, baby. Fischl! Give us a Prune! What? Okay. Okay. This is like what I was doing with Yansan. What? Okay. It could happen, and I would not like that to happen. No, literally. What? Okay. They're taking me out back to shoot me. More Fischl? I mean, I'm gonna stop when I get close to Soft Pity. I'm just gonna... It might be... Oh, there we go. We can stop. Cool. Oh, there we are. On top. Well, that means we won't have to roll that much for Willen, I guess. Yeah. You know, I was going to say that I objectively don't deserve that good luck because I'm evil, but it wasn't even all that good. Okay. Well, I mean, with a vow to rescue, the journey begins, and that's just free energy. I don't think we probably don't need a... Probably don't even need... Well, whatever. Yeah, there you go. No one is getting any prunes. You know, I'm the oldest here, right? I'm the Ankh. I mean, if anyone's getting prunes, it should be me. You know, drinking the prune juice for better digestion. Okay, attack, circle it. The ball angel. We should figure out... What flower do we want to put for now? Main thing is, I mean, of course, it's an attack goblet she wants. VV attack goblet. Got a good VV attack goblet. Got energy recharge on that one. It's probably as much as we meaningfully need. Well, that's not a 4-liner anyway. This has more ER. It's not like she needs EM. Neither of them have any crit. We can put that on there for now. And what's our best energy? And that's a lot of attack. That's very good. I mean, it's a 4-liner with both possible attack substats, so... I mean, crit's whatever, and it's got energy recharge. Are there any ones that could maybe be better with, like, crit damage instead of the... Well, I mean, it doesn't matter either way. 5 billion years stacking up VV pieces. Attack and ER. It's nice that it shows the number of good stats here. Yeah, because is it... Got any other with 3? That way I don't have to pay too much attention because I'm still just at non-full brain activity. Hurting you in what way? Emotionally? Or just you, like, fall on you and hurt you? Something ball of torture. It's sad. Okay, let's give her the Angelus's Heptades. There we are, and... Oh... We're taking that from Skara specifically. Wow. You can... Well, nothing is really in place. Okay. That's a 90, I guess, but... Okay, so physically. Wow. We can level this thing. Let's read that, too. And it... You can see, when she and only she is holding this thing, gets a little second set of wings. How cute. Yeah, we put that on Prune and it's just a dinky, stupid child. Yeah. She only gets one set of wings. Lame. And, yep. Easier to see this way, too. Hello! I won the 50-50 for Nicole, lost the 50-50 for a weapon to Aquila, which certain parties were hoping would happen to me out of malice, but it was to Aquila, which is going to be great for Chi-Chi because it's got the highest possible attack. Base attack for her C6 Stellar Conduct quills. And then I got it afterwards, but I only got one Prune on the way to Nicole, so I had to get up to 60 pity. Again, going past it, which could have been dangerous for Lowen, for the sake of getting C1 Prune for more free energy. You called him the masochist, if I recall correctly. Maybe I shouldn't have reminded you. I definitely shouldn't have reminded you. I am going to take a quick bathroom break after reading the description of this thing. Hopefully it doesn't take too long to read, so I don't, piss. Okay. Oh, that's right, that's right. My goodness. It's nice and pretty, it glows. It's like Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. Tortimer for Animal Crossing. Ball Animal Crossing. Oh, we need more of the pilts. Okay. On what? The cons, or did something not send? Huh. Exactly. And also, you should be happy because they finally added Long Night's Oath to Strongbox. Did you notice that? Well, Long Night's Oath and Finale of the Deep Galleries. Moving back and forth, wow. Yeah, we need to make more of those hilts. I think we have enough. We do. We need to get to 27. 20. And balling. Okay, let's take the weapon to max and read the description before I end up pissing myself. And yeah, I'm gonna have to farm some more weapon ore soon. It is, yeah. Paid attention to that just for you. Be happy. Well, that's wrong. You're not the manager, you're the ballager. And yep, this is what it looks like ascended. We give it back to Prune. It is glowing. But it... Pretty sure it glows less, too. Let me check that again. I like that. No, it glows the same amount, but it, of course, again, doesn't have the second set of wings. Because this is Nicole, it's Nicole only. Did you notice that she's a main push? Whatever that means. Cool. Pretty. You did not mention that. It's speciesist. Because she's an angel, she's not even human. Yeah, well, let's read that real quick, and then, before I end up pissing myself. Okay. How did that happen? Angelus is Heptades, and what is Heptades again? Angels, whatever. Heptades. When I look that up online, it goes to a group of 7. Yeah, it's just a group of 7. 7 angels. 7 something. Okay. 7 commandments of dust and light. And then it got up and attacked you because it had spring locks. 5 nights at Balla's. Once upon a time, the mother of roses and lilies graced the girl's sylvan swaddling. Would that be Nabu Malikata with a violet perfume to ensure that an endless stream of joyous dreams might ward off death's bitter gloom, the beautiful songstress who once plucked elegant melodies. That might be Sibylla. Also bathed her wings in the warm, gentle waters of compassion, for the precious newborn was never meant to be touched by the music of the world's mundane strings. This was a time when the chains of eternity had yet to be shattered, and when carefree refrains could still be heard before the throne of the heavens. It was a time when the days beneath the silver white tree were as sweet as honey, and glorious messengers thronged the primordial paradise. In a rich golden dream, steeped in the warmth of the spring sun, the innocent child basked in the doting love of all her sisters. That would be Nicole, the last-born angel. Oh, nice. What percent is that? In their cradle of tender azure light, and that is a reference to the fact that Skirk's weapon, Azure Light, this is from the Angels 2, actually, and its description talks about all the angels. This is just about all the angels, and who is this? Probably Nabu Malikata. This is Nabu Malikata. Might be Yohol Tekatin, I think. It's Yohol Tekatin, Sibylla, and one is probably Zebai. One of them is Zebai. And that's what that's about. Right. They shared laughter with the morning dew and newborn bloods, but yeah, the story of Azure Light is about the angels plotting to rebel against Phanes and Celestia. Morning dew and newborn buds, and by the black stone that had yet to fall, they sang soft tunes to the fading sunset and quiet evening breeze. Black stone. Were the celestial nails originally black? Or their bright eyes had never witnessed the spilled crimson in the world below, nor had their slender hands ever touched the sad pain of injustice. Gods Among Us, DC fighting game. I don't know a lot of things about the game Injustice, but I do know that they had stage hazards like in Smash, which you never have in normal fighting games, because you were able to do an infinite combo with either a hanging piece of meat or a dumpster that you could throw at the other guy. That's why I don't play fighting games. I'm not good. And Starlight from Beyond put an end to that bucolic idyll, and that would be Abyss, because Abyss is just space. And the bonfire of disobedience was kindled by misguided desire. The eldest daughter who dared overstep met her end, and that would be Koitar, the first angel, who's also basically Lucifer, plummeting from the mountain peak while the armored emissaries who swore to strike down the Lord of Hosts. Yeah, they're calling Phanes the Lord of Hosts now. Evil Jesus, perished one after another. Understandable. Well, what kind of essay? All this time, the youngest child, the most beloved of them all, was hidden far away in a palace deep within the wilds, sequestered from the storm of violence and the relentless rain of blood. She'll overthrow the throne of the Most High to set the oppressed free and to avenge the afflicted. But as for her sister who is young and tender, we shall not harden her heart to make war against the false lord. Whether we prevail or fail, it is not right that her wings should bear the heavy yoke which we ourselves ought to bear. While no one knew the capricious ruler's desire, the righteous rule still afforded one the chance to choose one's path, which again was to either keep your wisdom or keep your power and form. And choose the youngest did to cast off the divinity and her former powers. Then miraculously, this child was allowed to retain human form. What's interesting is that, well, either wisdom or their preferred form. They had to choose between either power and everything else, and then they had to choose between preferred form and wisdom. So either they could become human or they become Seelies, but the ones who kept their divinity and powers, apparently, they were turned into dragons. Apparently, Ursa the Drake from the comics was a former angel, at least people say. Thus did she step into the world of the mortals with nothing more than her broken wings and a fragile body of flesh and bone. This utterly vulnerable form, she wandered alone through a land filled with sorrow and tears, tending her once pristine feet with muck and mire. So basically, you could either become a human without the knowledge of the angel, or you could become a Seelie, unable to speak, and then by not speaking and never making that choice, presumably, she was able to keep both, because Phanes never got an answer. This went on for thousands of years, in which countless towers turned to sand, and songs of lament dissipated into the night breeze. The night wind. Maybe. Maybe. The envoy who wandered, the envoy who met the witch, the envoy who at last was relieved of the past, and that's just Nicole, meeting Alice, wandering initially, and then, became just a normal human woman, kinda. Immortal, though, presumably. Through the journey and memories that belonged to her alone, she found her crown irreplaceable at last, being a member of the Hexen Circle. The world she had never once deigned to behold was now etched forever in her eyes, the eyes of one who can no longer sing. So the solitary god now stands, her crown wrought from the countless joys and sorrows of men, the grand adventures of mortal heroes. What a beautiful world this is. Yeah, deciding to become the guide. That's right. But again, basically, it's talking about the fact that, as in her teaser trailer, she found a loophole. The loophole we've known is not speaking effectively, which I presume, I imagine the Archon Quest will tell us for sure, is essentially that she never spoke an answer to Phanes, basically, do you want to be a Seelie? Do you want to be a human? And so she got to keep the wisdom that the Seelie would while keeping a human form. But if she had kept divinity and power, exactly, she would have then become a dragon, based on some of her character story that people have been checking out. But again, that when the angels rebelled, all the other angels raised her, Nicole was the youngest. Koitar, who was again basically Lucifer, rebelled. It's very much a Paradise Lost type thing. They've quoted Paradise Lost in the context of Koitar. Phanes is evil God, evil Jesus. Yeah. Well, there we go. I'm gonna pee real quick so I don't, literally lose control. That would be bad. BRP. Good luck with the artifact rolls. I'm back. Yeah, you like Ino better than me. I mean, you like Nicole better than me. It's like when people play Pokemon Scarlet and Violet and people cheer for Ino in the Ino battle and do redeems for Ino. Okay, the Silent Mage, the Voiceless Angel. Silent Witch. Diminutive Witch Hunter is wondering all the way from Nodcry. She's not even a Mondstadt character, technically. With the singlest purpose of rooting out a witch who, to hear her tell it, has committed every sin imaginable, including bullying little kids. Yeah, exactly. I hate witches becomes witch. Let me see, and yeah, now we have, well, actually, that's different. We have more witches dictionary, witches homework. Oh, that, you know, long gone, Zebai's original place. I wonder if they intended it to be a pun, sort of Chinese to English, you know, long gone. Hates it that much. Alright, well, oh, that's interesting. They've already added Lowen's Witch's homework, even though he's not available yet. I thought that wouldn't be showing. Well, okay. And that's interesting that it doesn't actually force us. Interesting. It doesn't actually force us to do the witch's homework. I mean, well, there's nothing saying you should do the witch's homework after the Archon quest or her quest. Bruh. I'm gonna pretend I didn't hear that. But as I was saying, let's take it from Shenhe. What's Shenhe got on her right now? She got Noblesse and 1. That's right. Flower of Paradise Lost is that circlet. Yeah, that's legitimately crazy. I don't know how I feel about that. Flop and... Oh, that, you know, the whole thing with Angel's 7 Commandments or whatever her catalyst is called. You know, I wonder how many angels there were. I got the impression that there might have been, honestly, either 7 or 8, depending on whether they're counting Nicole. 1 for each nation or something. Especially since, you know, people think Ursa was a former angel, and then, you know, we have Zebai for Liyue, Nabu Malikata for Sumeru, Sibilla for Fontaine, and Yohol Tekutin for Liyue. And then maybe Koitar and Nicole for, I guess, Neznaya and Nodcry if you count them separately, maybe? Which raises the question of what the heck is going on with Inazuma. It might even be one of the Raiden sisters, maybe even both. I mean, it is crazy that... Thank you. Well, technically not anymore. I did kind of reconfigure. It's more like... The idea was really more, you know, fake angel. Like a... Basically like a fire elemental, or like a darkness fire elemental, even edgier, pretending to be an angel for fun. I don't know. The concept never really got that far. I don't have Celestial Gift yet. I am going to farm a Celestial Gift when Stygian pops up next week, because there are other things I could be farming for, like other talent books or experience books, or just things in general for 6.7's character, or just other characters who I don't have leveled yet. Perhaps. But as I was saying, it's still crazy that Raiden is still the Archon we know the least about, at least in terms of their origins. Nicole says there's no treasure or relevant clues nearby. She says. Otakara ni nioi da wa? The smell of treasure. Yeah, the treasure compass did not detect any treasure-relevant clues nearby. And Nicole says she isn't supposed to be saying anything. She doesn't talk. Well, whatever. Yeah, I'll check it real quick. Let's see. The new domain with the flowers? Yeah, let's run that real quick. Yeah. Get excited for Stygian. I mean, it's honestly, this may be one of the cruelest Stygians we've had in a while. For the specific reason, honestly, that... both the wolf and the angel boss want you to run Nicole and Durin. Because the first wolf is a Varka show boss, angel is a Lowen Durin show boss. So at least one of the teams has to be totally screwed over. It is. Well, actually, it's kind of Celestia's strongest soldier, kind of. Not quite Satan. But, yeah, we're gonna have enough energy recharge on her. That's not going to be an issue. We can just give her an attack sans. Probably. Well, we'll see, and I'm not really... I could toss a bunch of stuff at this right now, couldn't I? And that's a darn good one, too. It's got energy recharge and attack. And then some crit is good. Some crit's good. Double crit might not be so bad. Attack and ER. Any of them got... No, this is as good as it's getting. It's got double crit, but her... Oh, No, that's a defense. I'm an idiot. I can't read. Yeah, we got what we want. That's about as good as it's getting. We'll level that last, depending on how she's reaching breakpoints. Pyro Force slot? Nah. I don't think... Probably Durin. If you have Durin. You don't have Durin, do you? But you'd be able to use Dendro Shred. You gotta be like the crazy people who manage to beat it with a full 4-star team. No, you don't. Now, I enjoy them. Because I'm evil. Well, let's just level all this a bit more and see how much we get. Sure. Just to give Prune some level of usability, we got a good amount of artifact juices on us. Holy crap, so much energy recharge. This is big. Oh, also Bala. Rethesli is getting buffed next patch. That's, yeah, I mean, this is perfectly passable. There's nothing wrong with these pieces at all. I mean, it's not like there aren't even other stats she really wants here. This can't be shiny. This was shiny. More or less. I mean, I guess it's a cost question. Are you calling her an elephant? That happened to me too. And now I play with enemies or something. Let's see, attack. On the Angel, or... I mean, there aren't really brute force teams anymore, is the thing. And wow, no energy recharge from that. But again, how much do we have? I mean, she has about she needs to get to around 160. She doesn't need all that much, honestly. Especially because you're going to be playing her with Venti or Varka. Either way, you're getting a good amount of anima particles, and... Sure. As in insulting your goddess, Arlecchino. We'll try to be nice to you, Bala. Alright, crit rate's okay. Attack's okay. Give us more ER. Well, that's fine, too. Yeah, but there aren't a lot of Lunar Crystallize or Lunar Bloom Shills. And we were almost going to get the Geoshroom and Stygian this patch, but they backpedaled and put Tulpa in instead, because that is a boss against which Lunar Bloom can work, but also you can vaporize or use other reactions like Lunar Charge, actually, any Lunar technically, but also Mavica, because she's getting rerun. But, this should be good. As I was saying, that's the only Lunar Bloom shill boss specifically, really. The crabs you can also just use Nilu, and they don't run it much anyway, honestly. Or you can just wait for it to do its attack, and then just attack it when it comes down. The Gecko is Lunar Crystallize, and then we have 3 different Lunar Charge shill bosses. I mean, that's the one you want to choose if you want. Yeah, but the Dendrofungus is not in Stygian, and Abyss is a lot easier to brute force. There's a reason they just don't really care there. Hi, hello. Doko Kashira, where is it? Well, and I guess, yeah, we can focus on leveling, Celestial Gift, and getting lots of... I'm probably going to farm Stygian all the way in this patch. But I do need to put together a Rising Wind set for Lowen, too. Okay, let's just see what this place looks like. Sure, why not? Okay. Oh, I need to level these clowns. That's also true. Hi. Hello. We don't need to do their witch's homework right now. Yeah. We can wait. It's hard to say, honestly. Witch Hunter. Oh. It's definitely within there. I think 2 to 3 is kind of the break point. I mean, the main thing, frankly, is just... I mean, you can always save, so it's hard to really say what specifically is free-to-play friendly and what specifically isn't. And she's already got an okay amount of attack, even though she hasn't been leveled at all because of that weapon. Oh my goodness. And oh my goodness, these guys are tough. Okay. I mean, it is an artifact domain. Okay, cool. Alright. Yeah, we can put that ship up. Yeah. And actually use that bottle. Well, that's fine. Yeah, and unlike Watcher, domain keepers never lose their resistance. Not really, no. Okay. Well, it's very nice looking. How'd they get the whole windmill in here? Nobody ever explained that. Yeah, but it's definitely one of the more outside looking domains. Which certainly implies, more than any domain has previously, that the domains are an extra dimensional space. I didn't know there was a new Hunger Games movie. Is it based on the President Snow books? Because I bought my sister one of those as an ebook a couple years back. At the very same time, though, if you want the Pyro Self app, which is really only relevant for, honestly, Razor, because you can trigger overloads on yourself, or if you want the Pyro Infusion, it becomes a bit more different, and again, that implies C6, and not everyone even wants C6 on him, so... But at the very same time. Okay, so how much more we need? We need a bit. Okay. Let's convert. Which one do we have the most of right now? But as I was saying, it is still crazy that objectively, the Raiden sisters, they're the Archons we still know the least about. We still know basically nothing about the Raiden sisters. Venti came from Istroth. Ruka Devada is the avatar of Irminsul, presumably came from Irminsul. Ajiria was Folklore was created by Ajiria, who was created by Nibarius. Mavica is just human. Saritsa doesn't count, because I mean she hasn't come out yet, but she has got something to do with the Belisar and something to do with stars, we know that much. Zhongli is probably Tevat's original son, based on all the Solar Chariot stuff in Weiwei, and is probably himself... Oh, he's Heaven's Star, whatever that means. I mean, the Raiden sisters, they're like 2 Thunderbolts who showed up one day, and we know nothing more than that. Oh, Haymitches. Oh, that's right. The one he won by ducking and having an axe bounce back on somebody. First Dark Souls Hunger Games guy parrying... I shouldn't be talking. Well, what I mean is that... There's still some crazy people who haven't C6'd their Bennett. What I will say is that even devoted Eula mains at this point C6 their Bennetts because her normals don't matter. But, I mean, physical catching in 2026 is as silly as it sounds, but, I mean, free country. Okay. So let's go do... That shit. And yeah, she's at 3,502 at base. Incredible. I don't know. Because it's certainly implied that he lost to Fanes if he was... What is this? Taurus Vinifica. Towers? A witch tower? Hello, how are you? Hi, handsome 2, or whatever. I mean, that implies that Zhongli would have gotten weaker against the dragons or something? I don't know. I mean, I guess the question is what Zhongli's connection to the dragons is. You know, if he's Tevat's original son, does he predate the dragons? Did the dragons make him? To be fair, that would also have some implications for why the Exuvia looks like a dragon. None. Instead, I'm maximizing Prune's own attack, using Skyward Atlas to maximize the attack buff that she gives. The damage percent buff that she gives to Varka. If you don't need that, if you don't need the energy from Fav Codex, you're actually best off maximizing her attack with something like Heptades or, say, Skyward Atlas. No, I don't even... All she does is buff Varka and Venti and Hex teams. That's it. Yeah, Throwing Tails is her best free-to-play option, but free-to-play calcs aren't using Atlas. At high level of investment or having Atlas available, she wants to be using Atlas, actually. Atlas, Shully. Yeah, go ahead. Let's fight about this. My animal reactions seem more stable now. Looks like I'm getting to see Theory in action. Yeah, because she would have gotten her vision very recently. This wasn't any of the books, but we should remember it. She is not a 5-star. She is basically Veni and Varka's devoted 4-star hex support. Maybe keeping a queer head doesn't mean eliminating the imaginary after all. I guess I can hold on to both. Yeah, she's getting more comfortable with imagination. Spinge binge. Still don't believe in made-up fairy tales. I don't have much faith in this world, but I do believe in you, so I hope you'll believe in me too. Do you think I'm still just a kid? At the very least, I'm a big kid. Someone's trying after all. Aww. We are getting a babysitting event in Inazuma with Prune, Kui, Yao Yao, Chi Chi, and Sayu, yeah. Yeah, she can work with Kui. Apparently, at high Prune cons, she's one of the best members on a Kui team, but... You know, that's right, the coat is kind of like that. But we need to do that homework, eventually. Let's level all of this. And this was why I've been fighting Hiljetta. Save Descartes before the horse. You know, a wicked witch who wears a hollowed-out hat bullies little kids for fun. Alice. She's my ultimate target, the witch hunter's mortal enemy. Beltol's hunt is on. Descartes might be an imaginary friend, but it doesn't mean he's fake. He's my imaginary friend. That's exactly how he exists in truth. Well, I mean, if you can make it with your vision, I think imaginary kind of stops being the case. That is more or less what happened with Oz. Yeah, What I will say is that I have used non-Pyro Varka by necessity to meaningful yield in theater, but only in theater. To a certain extent, I think a lot of the Hextri characters, which is very fitting, are intended to be used in theater because of the fact that a lot of them buff, they'll buff the other Hextri characters, may not have one specific character they buff, except for Prune, because Veni doesn't really count, I guess. We need a few more of the gold ones. Let's make those. Yeah, Cryo Varka is the only Varka I've never used, or had a reason to use. I mean, yeah, that's why we fight Hiljetta. Yeah, it's Escoffier and Chongus. The very specific deal there is that... If you extend the rotation, though, of course, you're missing other buffs. Varka can actually get a third charge attack or skill out because of Chongyun's skill cooldown reduction. It's actually pretty cool. Yeah, but I'll do this on Sunday. Yeah. Gotta make more of these. Mass of the Virtuous Doctor, if you say so. And now we can actually do stuff. Wow. What I will say, and I'll be the first to admit this, that I 100% just was not used to doing things with other people, which is why I was, frankly, I'll admit, a little bit overbearing. Because Well, it's a good thing we have 5 million of these. Okay. Let's make more again. This is what we had to switch. See, I'm tired. Exactly! A lot of people have been talking about Varka as a quote-unquote future impact character, in the sense that he will probably get stronger Or he can easily get stronger using new supports that come out. Well, you might, but the main thing is that when there are 4 other people in there, you have to be mindful of what they want and what their audiences want too. So that's what it's about. Let's level her a wee bit more. Night Sky Domain. He's talking about something different, which is the Night Sky Domain and Nodcry for the Lunar On-Field DPS set. Well, I appreciate it, and the feeling is mutual. I do reciprocate at times. The main thing, though, is like I said, it's... When I'm with other people, especially other people who are streaming at their own perspectives themselves, I do, again, need to be mindful of them and what they want and what they need and their audiences want and need. And we can't take her any further because we need to do the Archon quest and get those limited time rewards. Cool. Let's take these at least. She made a... Oh, this is her sculpture. That's right. I hope we get more of those in the 4 sort of Selenic Chronicles she gets. Oh, it's an Alice statue. That's cute. Aw. No, actually, that was a... No, that was a Nicole statue. She made a statue of herself. She's so vain. She probably thinks this song is about her. Okay. And we need a few of those. Yeah, being a little tired myself did not help. We don't need any of this. It would be really, really funny if somehow this scaled with her normal attack level if it had more radius based on how much you'd leveled it. Yeah. Well, especially when you get popular, you get a lot more people lurking. That's not bad or good necessarily, it just is. Making a statue of Nicole. Yeah, exactly. You need to learn how to sculpt so you can make a Nicole statue. Yeah. What I will say is that Pico Park apparently is usually a lot more chaotic and has a lot more conflict. But this time, 666, that's evil. Yeah. I mean, I don't know, I don't think any of them were... Oh, right, we need some of this. Counterfeit resin. It's fake resin, fake condensed resin. A resin recovered from the shattered depths of the leylands after the defeat of the heretic hidden within Irminsul. Once a crystal meant to bear the many beautiful memories that make up this world is now filled and sent with illusions and malice that do not belong here. Oh, I didn't even think about it, but yeah, resin, it's basically condensed memories that you use to basically trade in anytime you use resin to condense and replicate something. It's basically a Star Trek replicator. How did I not think about this? Well, we don't need to do this now. Bonding field of universal nirvana. Like Nirvana. Also, there's a secret drop, apparently, that can sometimes show up here. And it's, of course, it's also Midlander, because it's a Sumeru one. You know, it's interesting that this specifically... This is the Doctor. And then the one in Sumeru is Il Dottore. It's funny how they differentiate that. Interesting. Really? As in, you would save the best for last? Or do you have some bizarre grudge against Nicole for reasons I can only begin to imagine? Well, one way or another, we can do our dailies now. That's crazy. Okay. Intro. Just like that, the group is thrown into a panic, staring at Nicole in utter disbelief until a question broke the silence. You knocked Alice out? Why would you do that, Nicole? Toxic Yuri. The very picture of calm, Nicole raised a finger and replied, Alice has exhausted her strength. She'd be nothing but a burden out here on the battlefield. Now we can take her to rest. Yeah, I'm a healer, but... Goodness. But without Alice, how can we possibly hope to be a match for Rhine-Daughter? The group wondered, dismissing Nicole's suggestion. Seeing their friends down, Nicole stepped forward. Fight within the witches. Something Kuchi Megumi. Okay, well, we need to put Prune and Nicole in my peapot. Yeah, I hate on a lot of characters in a joking way. And then I head on Mavica in a serious way. Fraudzuki. Have you seen Mizuki's buffs? They look pretty good. And mind you, they're incomplete, because they still don't have anything regarding Stellar Swirl in them, when they, presumably will. It's just buffs to her normal Swirl kit, which are already pretty darn meaningful. She has some actual, just straight up, additional shred on her kit. It's pretty darn nice. Well, I think we should be able to get Linnea up now. Let me see. There's nothing new in the depot. What if instead of Realm Depot it was Home Depot? But either way, they made Mizuker actually kind of usable, which is exciting. Well, the one guy, he did sound very American, and to be fair, there isn't even really a Canadian accent, right? I mean, there isn't. But he said he was previously a guy from Maine. He was previously from Maine, actually, where it rains mainly on the plain. Linnea can be in here for dailies today, just so we can wrap this up. Yeah, because she should get that name card today. I forget which province is talking about secession, but that's not Canadians wanting to be part of America. I mean, honestly, to put it in terms you will understand, and more importantly, dislike, it's a lot like the separatist movements in Ukraine that Russia encourages for geopolitical reasons. The amount of actual organic sentiment there is highly misrepresented on the higher side by certain American parties for very obvious political reasons. I'm pretty sure they have oil sands in... Is it Ottawa? I think it's Ottawa. Perhaps. But one way or another, it's deliberately misrepresented. There isn't a meaningful amount of pro-secession sentiment. Oh, that's right, we need to give them mimetic interpretation. Nicole's outfit. This is the winged raiment, woven from prose and poetry of an angel who has wandered the earth for thousands of years. Just kidding, of course, that the above is true. Why this outfit not change every day? And take a step back, the Spanish should not be further explored unless one's tea parties turn into costume balls. Would that be so bad? And in any case, it's not as if the one in the heavens forbade people from dressing up as angels. Which would be... Well, I don't have a PS5, so kind of missed my chance to get this. I'll just give you the fire wings. There aren't good options. Prune. I think becoming Texan would be an even harder sell to Canadians than just becoming American in general. For better or worse, Witch Hunter Regalia prunes out that the somber tones of this outfit scrupulously chosen to project an air of poise that belies her tender age, complemented by metallic flourishes that declare intent to show no mercy toward all witches. At least that's how she sees it. That would be fun. Okay. And Togokanai. And that didn't hit nobody. Alright. Cool. And let's keep on moving. This is pretty decent. I do need to learn some new combos, but that's fine for now. Okay. Let's test this out. It's not as good as it'll be when I actually do the Witch's homework. But let's see how this works against Bronze Lock and Infinitesimal real quick. Barbecue is good. Texas is one of the few United States in the Union I've never actually been to. Now that I think about it. Meet and greet in Texas? Perhaps. Oh no. Are you looking at Akasha or something? How can you see my skirk? You're gonna humiliate me somehow, aren't you? Your motivation for this can only be bad. Yeah, skirk's not in here right now. Perhaps, maybe, I guess because of the oil, but... Honestly, the only state that could do well on its own is honestly California. I mean, there you go. And this gets to 89.1 with prior resonance. Yeah. Maybe Alaska could manage. Because Alaska has a good amount of oil wealth, doesn't have a lot of expenses. It literally runs a budget surplus to the point that it gives a sort of quasi-UBI to all of its residents. They will pay you to live in Alaska. What do you mean, just as you feared? I run her with Shenhe and Escoffier, which means she's reliably getting prior resonance. I do actually deliberately overcap on some characters. She is just not one of them. No, not Florida. Not Florida. The thing about Florida is that it's full of crankpots, it's largely elderly, and they're probably going to abolish property taxes and literally become financially insolvent. Tourism alone cannot a country run. Is it the number? What about the number? What's so bad about this? Is it because it's 6-7 backwards here? 7-6? I didn't know you raised goats. Are you gonna cosplay me? Maybe. It's because it's darn close to 1-2 that way. Honestly, my Skirk doesn't have great substats because I farmed her set before Stygian existed, and my standards got higher. I mean, her set is serviceable enough to do two things that she needs to do, which is fight Hilgetta and fight the Secret Source Overseer. I am not in any kind of a special hurry to make Skirk better. Kind of. There we go. Let's fight Infinitesimal and Bronzelock with this team. And Linnea's gone. Okay. Linnea, rattling resonance, Linnea had long assumed the rhythmic clatter coming from Lumi. It was merely the compression of frozen snow. But then came the day Lumi reached behind her back and produced a pair of maracas. Oh! I did not know they were specifically maracas. I thought they were weird-looking hammers. Like Tinkatuff. I don't have a Marchese Hunter set for Skirk. I have all but 2 characters in the game. Well, 3 if you count Rowan now. But when everyone has an artifact set on them and their talents at 999, then I will start to go back and look at characters who may need a little bit of patching up. But I'm sorry. I don't care enough about Skirk. Kill me for this. I don't mind. And... Right. The new envisaged echoes. Navier and Wanderer. Yeah, as all falls to emptiness. And that's actually where we start that again. Okay, so... Durin goes back in, and this team starts back up. I'll do the witch's homework on Sunday or something. And probably all of the weekly bosses, which I have not done yet. Okay, let's see how strong this team is before getting witch's homework on Prune and Nicole. And then we can actually start the Archon quest. I mean, I don't mind. I just need to get rid of... I'm just gonna go and turn down the filters now. I'm gonna get rid of the filters now. I'm gonna open up the Twitch website and just get rid of the filters for everyone. The only filter that's gonna be kept is the one that forces you to spell will correctly. Okay. I'm so nice. I'm so nice. I mean, I'm not, but... Come on, creator dashboard. The profanity filter. Oh, welcome back. I mean, it's no problem. I'm gonna turn off all the filtering except for the slurs. Yeah. Oh, no, I turned off the filters on Twitch. That's all. Yeah. That one, the woe filter is not disappearing. Because that's not about profanity. It's about me being a crank. So. And put this on now. Huh? Okay. Thank you. Wow, this is actually pretty darn good. 1, 2, 3. Come on. Oh, you need to catch your own particles. Yeah. Especially since we don't have it. Oh, huh. Maybe we do need a little bit more. Huh. Alright. Well, we tried. And even though this team isn't doing crazy damage, we are bypassing a lot of the issues with Shadow. Okay, cool. That worked. My Skirk just isn't that good. It's that simple. It's no more complicated than that. Interesting. Well, okay. Yeah. Well, I'll need more energy on Durin for one. Sure. Yeah. One day I'll go back and get her a better set. Maybe I'll be nice to and make it a March essay and literally lock her to Fiorina. But as things currently stand, there are only two things I need Skirk to do, and that is beat Hilgetta and beat the Secret Source Overseer, and she's good enough for both. This is my Varka. My real priority first is getting more crit damage. Well, actually, now that Yai is probably going to be on the Super Canuck set, I need one more crit rate circlet on Golden Troop, because right now Fiorina and Escafé are fighting over a single one. Well, you could probably actually, if you have Nicole and Durin, and then poor slot would probably be either Shulanen or Sitwali. You could run a pretty useful, pretty decent, Mona vaporized, Mona driver Durin team and have her doing some meaningful damage herself. Yeah, maybe we do need more. Yeah. Well, okay. Huh. Okay. Yeah, energy recharge, maybe. It's not the first time I've kind of messed up. Okay. I should have run an off-piece, just whatever. Let's try this one more time. Well, at this point with Hex, and the buffs that Mona gets to her own damage from, well, really mostly just her C6, she can be a competent Durin driver now. I'm serious. I don't... Thanks. Yeah, that hammer is not blunt. What? Well, okay. That sucked. Should have seen that coming. And meanwhile, let us go and take... Let's use those 6 blue fates. Right. Well, the thing about it is that if you're running in with Signature, he's getting a lot of crit rate from that, and a lot of crit rate from his... from his artifacts. So you should be running a crit damage circlet on him. Generally. True. Yeah. Yeah. He's got crit rate Ascension, if I recall correctly. Yeah? Well, I didn't put it up. I was gonna put it up later. To maximize Varka's time with it. It just did not work out fully. Yeah, she definitely needs a weensy bit more. Well, it's about the reactions I'm triggering to. It's rough. Let's try that again. That's not what I mean. Not what I mean. What I mean is that I could give her more energy recharge, and it might be a good idea. Honestly, could just give her Fast Codex, maybe. Maybe. Well. Honestly, maybe I could just be really silly and try to reshape this for more energy recharge, because we got none. Sure, why not? Okay. Sure. We got 5 billion feathers. Give me more energy recharge. Wow, that sucked! I mean, it's better, but... Okay. It's C1. Yeah, I went in for it for the energy. Bonus energy. I mean, quite a ravioli. Yeah, this gave her slightly more. Okay. Well, alright then. Oh. And okay. And dodge. There we go. Okay. Now we can run this. Kinda. -2. Yeah, it sucked. Dodge. Yeah, ballin'. Okay. Oh, well, okay. We tried. Oh. Energy on this team is hurting me. Okay, and up. You've been overburned successfully. Okay. Ouch! You know, that shield really is just not cutting it. Wow. At least our damage is a lot better, and... Wow. Yeah. It really doesn't help you that we... Okay. Well. Yeah, we just need an energy recharge sans on Prune, honestly. That kinda sucks. Well, you know, this is an attack piece. If I ever use her with Venti, okay. I am definitely... Yeah, okay. Okay. Prune doesn't even deserve this much help, honestly. Okay. You're... Prune main. And because I honestly didn't feel like looking for off pieces that could be better used on someone else. And honestly, like these are passable enough. There's nothing else I really needed. I guess I could have gone for an attack, but that's leveled already. Well, do we have better... I mean, what could we even want besides just double attack and double crit? Oh, Lord. I don't really have things leveled that aren't actively being equipped. And I don't like taking pieces off characters to put them on other characters. That's a big part of... I think that's a big part of the issues you take with the way I run things, which is that I don't like to have character sharing. Especially because of how much I run Stygian. I mean, because of how much I run Theater. Is it a 4-liner? Is this a 4-liner? It's not a 4-liner. Could always look for a 4-liner. It's not bad. If we have a 4-liner with both attack stats, that's pretty much perfect. It's not a 4-liner. Oh! Hey! Well, the issue with this is that it might be better used eventually on someone who actually wants Noblesse. That said, fewer and fewer characters want Noblesse these days. But, see, I'll be nice. I'll pick an off-piece to make you cry less. Be happy. Well, it's not double crit. It's time to use more artifact juice. Wasted. Okay. Well, that doesn't happen much anymore, because these days everyone just has their piece and never gives it up. Never gonna gives you up. I don't even talk about running a flower and or feather as an off-piece. That's heretical. Don't even joke, lad. Okay. Attack. On Titan. And it. Yeah, wow, that's exactly. Well, that's fine too. She's got a little bit less attack, but that's fine. And now she's got a lot more energy recharge, so now only Durin has problems. And that's gonna make it harder to level up pieces for Nicole and Lilin. That's okay. It's heretical because all else being equal, if you are in a position where, I mean, generally speaking, if you're picking things that are on set, you're going to have a better flower and feather than you're going to have circlet, sands, or goblet. I mean, the way I run things is usually I go for the best flower and feather on a set for somebody. I mean, you build fewer characters. It's different. But if you're building as many characters as you can for theater and just for fun, it's like having more doodads to play around with. I mean, the flower and the feather, I mean, because they're easier to get good pieces on, I keep that on the character who needs the set. I pick the best out of the sands, the goblet, and the circlet that's on set. I craft one, generally one that, and based on, well, I look for an off piece out of one of the three that isn't occupied. You know, the 2 out of 3 that I didn't get the on-set piece for. Then I craft whichever one's missing. That's how I do my team builds. That's how. I mean, free country. You are free to be different. But that is how I personally run it. Okay, and I only if you're running her as a driver for off-field Dark Durin, really. That's the only time she's actually going to be using her own attacks and getting something out of that. I mean, it's just a matter of how many characters you're building and using, really. It's not more complicated than that. I mean, if you have a lot of sets and you don't really use them for anyone other than your RLA, then the calculus is different. But that's your calculus as the thing. Okay, and... Oh, I know. What I'm saying is that... I mean, it's... In my experience, and hey, that's better. When I'm running, trying to put together a set for someone, if I were to make their off-piece a flower or feather, that's going to mean that their on-piece sands, goblet, or circlet is going to be a whole lot worse. Because it's a lot harder to get a good on-set circlet, sands, or goblet than it is to get a good on-set flower or feather, because you don't have to worry about main stats for the flower or feather. You know, I don't get to be as choosy with circlets, goblets, or sands if I'm already using the off-piece on a flower or feather. I mean, again, the calculus is different if you're not building a lot of characters and have the ability to think of, you know, every set is something you could potentially use on your Arlecchino. But I build more characters, and I find myself in a different sort of position. That's the issue. That's the issue there. Does Honey Impact have 6.7's character yet? Yeah, she's gonna be using bird books from Nodcry, so... Well, yeah, but the whole point is that it depends on your luck. And... I mean, you can get anything. Artifacts are random. It's just that, in my experience, with my luck, I have better on-set flowers and feathers generally then I do onset, sands, goblets, and circlets. So crafting and using offset pieces for substats is something that I generally do with circlets, goblets, and sands most of the time. Oh, okay. Well, yeah. Well, then you brought up your early Kino, it became a slightly different question, though. But regardless. Yeah. Prune. Well, what I mean is that the reason he plays differently is because he builds differently is because he plays differently. He focuses on making a few specific characters strong because he likes those characters. But because I make YouTube shorts, and also just because of how I like to play the game, I build more characters, so I can't afford to be as profligate with off-pieces. Sets generally go to the character in question who uses the set. That's the difference. I don't think you heard. They were adding Stellar Superconduct next patch. Chi-Chi is a Stellar Superconduct buffer now. Yeah. Basically. That is what Chi-Chi is good for now, and she's good for it, but that is what you use her for now. Couch for saying Prune's breakpoint was around 160 energy recharge. That seems to be kind of wrong. It's kind of more around 200, it seems. I mean, kinda. But if you're gonna come back and you want to use Chi-Chi, her real buff that makes her actually somewhat meta, she gets 4 massive lunar stellar superconduct quills at C6. So I'll be able to run that, and I will be running that. And I'll be running the Aquila that someone said was bad for me to get on her for that attack. But as I was saying, well, she gives lunar stellar superconduct buffs at C02. They're just not as good. Who has a Zhao Tianari team? That's not allowed. Okay, cool. Is it Aquila or something? I mean, I never did Latin in school. I'm sorry. Well then. Let's run this one more time. Again, it's bird books for a certain character who's coming out somewhat soon. Okay. Yeah, it's used to run some Skirkanara teams. Honest to goodness, the reason I'm not putting up that shield before Prune is because you want to put in Prune before you put in Nicole, so that Varka can get all of the arcane projections from Nicole's burst. But good lord, it might be better to just, I don't know. Oh, they're dead now. You know, just thinking, what's one more local legend I could fight with this team real quick? You can't. You can't use Chi-Chi for shit unless it's Stellar Superconduct. Her cryo application is not, well, she's actually getting more cryo application and particles next patch. But you can't run her melt. You are not going to be able to run her melt. If you want to use Chi-Chi without coping and twiddling your thumbs and sticking it up, you should be rolling for next patch's new character. Because she is also going to be the start of the Stellar Reaction meta for SNES 9. I'm not gonna kid with you. Oh, she keeps that even after switching. Crazy. Okay, well, let's start this and then do Nicole's Lodge quest and then go back to, well, actually, we can do Nicole's Lodge quest. Well, depends on how long it takes. I mean, that's not too bad, because that is a quick bloom team. If you forget about Zhao. It's just... I mean, dual DPS is never good. There's never any reason to run dual DPS. There are lots of characters named Shinobu and a lot of different things. You have no idea how little that narrows it down, quote-unquote. Yeah. It's... If there's any character who really needs constellation buffs, it is Zhao. Okay, let's try this again. And I frame. Cool. And... Yeah, but it's not blessed. It's interesting. Okay. Oh, we can one Rhoda this now, can't we? I think we can. And we can take one of those attacks. Insane. Just one. Yay! Okay. Cool. Yeah. And also not the other Shinobu, Kiss Shot from Monogatari. You know, some time ago, people... That's the Shinobu people used to think about. I've never actually watched a Red Diddy Gatari. Yeah. Run good teams, or I'll hurt you. You know what? Let's fight these guys, the actual Varkashur. I mean, C1 Rathesli is one of the most crucial, honestly, for him. For any character, really. I mean, free country, I guess. Yeah, fascist Poland? You mean Poland? You didn't even like him that much. Okay. Yeah, it's actually really, really egregious. And here we are. And here we are. That's just enough energy for her, actually. Perfect. And, yeah. I do need to learn Barker's new combo for Nicole, which is more charge attack spam. It's not even meaningfully different, but... Yeah, without Witch's homework, it is a meaningful upgrade, but it's not as much. I mean, the Venti team's actually slightly better like this. Also, without the crowd control. Okay. It's not even that big. But Rathesli, I don't regret pulling Mavica. I don't regret pulling anybody. The closest thing I would say would be, I'm a collector. The closest thing to regret would be, I got C1 Hutao and have not used her much. Oh, the Joy Splitting Out and enter the small lodge. There was some special dialogue that showed up last night for me that I kind of missed here. One day, a mysterious voice invites you to visit her witch's lodge. Joyous Floating Island. Dual DPS teams have only been usable once. And that was in the Stygian with Eon Blight Drake, where you kind of had to run either Mavica, Milani, Shiwana, and Sitwali, and switch between Mavica and Milani, or Skirk, Nuviet, Escoffier, and Fiorina, and switch between Skirk and Nuviet. Oh, there's a... Oh, it turns into a statue. That's hilarious. Okay. And, yeah, approach the witches... Oh, interesting. That... The dialogue that shows up upon login did not actually show up here. I guess I can't show that. That's wacky. I mean, she just talks about... Invite my house! I'm done with my house! The house is finished! Okay. Let's run this once. You know what? I did a ton... Should we leave the... Sure. We can leave the Witch's Lodge stuff for tomorrow, because it doesn't require me to do it in exactly a week. It resets every Monday. Let's just run this, and then we can do Witch's homework later. Okay. And, cool, and dodge. Thank you. Well, thank you for popping in. Always fun. And I... 2, 3, 4... I did not do Abyss yet. I'm actually going to wait until I have... Oh, goodness. I'm actually going to wait until I have a Celestial Gift set on Nicole to do it. And, oh well. Will you wear wigs? Have you worn wigs? Okay, and we didn't do enough. Yeah, not having Venti here is rough. It is literally more of a Venti shield boss. Okay, whatever. Some of my friends used to really like that name. Okay, well, that's fine. We're starting this with Barca, so whatever. I mean, we're brute forcing it, but if I'm gonna brute force it, I'd rather just use Z-Bot. Okay. And one measly Mandragora. Hilarious. Okay. It's a great meme. One of the other memes that one of my friends used to really like was the Midnight Barber one, which is oddly threatening. Witch's Lodge awaits exploration. Let's do that tomorrow. Legends speak of the vast witches within the Witch's Lodge. Discoverable only by one whose mind is sharp as the witch's own. Treasures not yet collected in the room. Oh. Not to get too political, but people have been wondering semi-seriously whether the American Democratic Party is going to go the way of the Whigs, so to speak. Well, or more in the sense of, if they try to elect a centrist in 2028 instead of, a fighter, so to speak, that they're going to go the way of the Whigs and, totally destroy whatever mandate they may have. Well, it's not... It's weird politics, Twitter. So, well, let's get back into the Archon quest. C3 Kole with King Squire. It's interesting that they have her on King Squire. At least they have her on Deepwood instead of Sakubo, which is just better for her. Floral Ring. Sprout. But right, it's been 2 hours, but let's remember, Sethos is playing the role of Tinari. Tinari is playing the role of Sino, and Sino is playing the role of Sethos. Because Dotori said, I freaking hate you, Kole. Hey, do you see who just walked by? I think she's that famous merc. Hey, did you see who just walked by? I think she's that famous merc. Candace. Okay, it's not... Okay, cool. Well, then I'll get an hour and a half in and hop off at my allotted time. And then probably on Saturday, I'll be able to get started on Witch's homework or something. Yeah, there you go. What do you mean 4-piece Noblesse company? Oh, you mean for trial character builds. Yeah, it's gotta be her. That red hair gives away the flame maiden. They say she can take down a dozen tough guns with just one hand. Oh, and Nilu is playing the role of Dia. Nilu the flame maiden, because she's a redhead. Oh, that's hilarious. Nizam, would you like some fruit? Would you like some fruit? That didn't mean much. Kudamono dodai. Well, also, HSR just doesn't have much story-wise other than events, of which there are fewer, and main story quests, which are longer, to be fair. Right? I think. Something seems to happen over on... We can't set it up focused... Whatever. I have to go over to the docks. So who's all around who we can talk to? And then just... more gameplay, resetting more often. You mean mine or Star Rails? I mean, I've been playing a lot. That's all. I mean, the main thing is that I still have 9 hangouts to do, because last week I finally got around to doing Goros and adding the Miss Hina standee to Yai Publishing House. But, yeah. As in my quest log or my head? Hossein takes courage to maintain a peaceful life too. And it takes courage to maintain a peaceful life too. Hello, my name is Hussein. I'm responsible for managing administrative affairs in the Grand Bazaar and Treasure Street on behalf of the Academia. So you gonna mention someone? It's always one thing after another. Sigh, if only everyone was as good-natured. Great merchant Kave Bay! So is Dory the broke one now? Or is Dory replacing Alhaitham? Welcome back. But Dotori is screwing with the Sumeru ley lines. Oh, I ever save enough money to buy that custom-made axe with floral carvings from the blacksmith. Yeah, that'll do it. Oh, I ever save enough money to buy that custom-made axe with floral carvings from the blacksmith. What do you need that for? To use as a weapon, of course. As Hussein's secretary, I must ensure his safety. Don't underestimate me just because I'm a homemaker. I used to be a mercenary in the Corps of 30. She's gonna mention you were probably right. Peace is precious, but you must always be prepared for the worst. Like Dotori. Okay. And see you whether you're at home or heading out. Make sure you stay safe. So Niu is Dia, Kave is Dory, Sothos is Tinari, Tinari is Sino, and Sino is Sathos. So we need to get over there. If we can we bypass that and see if there's anyone else to talk to? Anyone down around here? Oh, basically, Dottore has infiltrated the ley lines, and he's messing with stuff just for fun, because that's what he does. It's the new story. It's the new Archon quest this patch. Which includes, of all things, a Sumeru Archon quest. Yeah. This is getting out of hand. Now there are two of them. Guess who's back? Nawid. When I grow up, I'm gonna join the Eremites and protect Sumeru City, just like Nilu the Flame Man. Oh, he didn't say anything specific. Okay. So can we avoid... Yeah. I heard that the sage disappears without a trace as soon as he gets off work. It's a little mysterious if you ask me. So who's the sage right now? Oh, it's probably Dottore. Well, he is. We already have a Dottore weekly boss. It's just that now we have a second Dottore weekly boss. I heard that the sage appears without a trace as soon as he gets off work. It's a little mysterious if you ask me. Dottore has probably made himself the sage. So how far can we go in town? And oh, Catherine has been replaced. Arav the researcher. The Grand Sage always used to disappear the moment he got off work, but recently, for whatever reason, he's been seen sifting through records of the House of Dana late into the night. Well, for the next year or so, I'm gonna have to beat him up twice a week. Make sure I get all the materials. We asked him if there was anything unusual going on, but he answered us with a question of his own. We find it strange that someone with my personality would willingly accept the position of sage. So did he just change Alhaitham's personality, or... What does Dottore have against Alhaitham? And yeah, there's no one over there. I should go check out somewhere else instead. Yeah, so Kole is going to be the only one who remembers how the world is supposed to be. Dottore decided to torture her specifically. That's insane. Sonod and Zora. Hey bud, can I ask you a favor? Is it alright if I borrow your thesis? I probably just server issues on Twitch. Don't worry, I'm not gonna copy your work, I just need it as a reference. I guess that's okay, but if our theses end up sounding too similar, it's gonna be easy for them to spot. You know, we had the Hydro Tulpa, now we have the Ivan Tulpa. We made him up in our head. Yeah, trust me, Poindra isn't the last thing on my mind. The only reason I ask is it's been really hard to get my hands on any reference material lately. Is he trying to reinstitute the Akasha, or steal all the books? Why don't you go ask the Grand Conservator? Candace should be able to find you what you need. She's super friendly, I'm sure she'll be able to help. Okay, so Candace is the Grand Conservator, who is not a specific playable character. Really, I always assumed she'd be tough to negotiate with. Fair enough, I'll try my luck at the House of Dana then later. Exactamundo. And what character were you looking for? I mean, I know that they recently started their Cyberpunk club. Oh, Dunyarzad is the acting manager of Pruspa Cafe. Oh, Ashru, Nefer's cat is here. How? Oh, cheese. Okay. Would you like a cup of coffee? The store has been pretty busy lately. Lots of customers have been feeding Ashru, who watches over the shop. No, Ashru's put on quite a lot of weight. Maybe I should put up a sign saying, please don't feed the cat. But again, Ashru is here, so what is Nefer doing here? Students are under so much pressure these days, sometimes I just want to write their papers for them, so Arani probably, you know, only in this altered world was able to actually become a professor. Students are under so much pressure these days, sometimes I just want to write their papers for them. No, they meant beef with Dottore. The QR papers come to me for review every day. I really wish they were able to relax once in a while and not be constantly plagued by academic conundrums. Doesn't do a person any good to spend too long down the rabbit hole. Alice in Wonderland. But I will say, you know, in retrospect, I definitely talked a bit more than I had to and maybe should have last night because I'm used to having to carry the conversation all by myself. Because it's been 2 years since I did a stream with anybody else talking. Yeah, but they are going to do Canadian brainwashing on me. For better or worse. Yeah. How do you feel about the Canadian brainwashing? Maybe you're next. They're gonna turn you Canadian next. Yeah. Forced feminization is out. Forced Canadianization is in. Still can't go down into the bazaar. That's bizarre. Yeah, they're gonna make me fat. And then they're gonna kill me, butcher me, and cook me into Canadian bacon. That would mean nothing if I was by myself. If I was streaming with Canadians, you would get alcohol poisoning and die. Oh, it's Sino. It's the visitor himself. Temple of Silence guy himself. Hi, Mr. Sano. What are you thinking about? He's thinking about his stellar conduct buffs in 6.7, which will maybe make him meta. Also, the stellar conduct buffs for him is the Keeper of the Temple of Silence, because he's Sethos right now. It's going to make him... it'll make him temporarily enter his burst state whenever he uses skill, so he's going to be kind of overall usable now. Not as burst reliant. I forgot it was this kid who dressed up as Nahida in the Samira Archon quest. Thank you for remembering me. There's a chapter in King of Invocations where the spirit of someone who died long ago possesses a living man's body. To the outside world, it looks like he's developed a whole new personality. It's literally Yami Yugi. I was just thinking how terrifying that would be for his friend. Imagine waking up one day to find that a friend of yours has suddenly become a different person. That's what happened to Kole here. The reason we're Kole is because we are in Kole's perspective right now, because she's the only person whose memories have not been altered. We don't know for sure yet whether it's because she's immune to it or whether Dottore is personally torturing her. So what got you thinking about that? I don't know, but something feels off. Everything looks fine on the surface, but can human perception really be trusted? Hey, literally Descartes. Prune's the one with Descartes. Well, and... anybody else up here? We got Layla and Dory. So what's Dory doing now? Alright, oh, Dory's the scribe! She's Alhaitham. So Kaveh is Dory, Dory is Alhaitham. Does that mean Alhaitham is Kaveh? He's actually wanting to be the sage and actually being diligent. In Prune's description, she mentions an imaginary friend named Descartes. In a couple of her skill description flavor text. Right now, a single more assured, that covers you for this month's rent. I do not visit polar bears ever. They are the most dangerous. If it's black, fight back. If it's brown, lie down. If it's white, good night. polar bears will kill you. Polar bears are the only animal that have any individuals that see humans as prey. Right, not a single more shore that covers you for this month's rent. Oh no, they've switched places entirely. So I guess Alhaitham is Layla, kinda. Layla is effectively the sage in a certain sense. So Layla is Kaveh. Dory is Alhaitham. What a relief, I was worried the Azan fees I received this month wouldn't be enough. It was Kaveh. Kaveh's Dory. Dory's Alhaitham. Who's Dory then? No, Dory is... Kaveh's the merchant. You're Alhaitham. Alhaitham would be Layla, maybe, and then Layla Alhaitham. This one is weird. Where the Zan fees I received this month when... Well, the way you run away from a polar bear is having someone else to act as bait. You don't have to run faster than the polar bear. You just have to run faster than the other person. So worried the Zan fees I received this month wouldn't be enough. Well, a moose is faster than a human. It's got 4 legs, which are a lot longer. Next time, don't fret. Just let me know. I'll give you a few days' grace. We've known each other long enough for that. Anyway, how are you settling in? You know, but notice that you're staying up late quite often. Also, according to washed-up comedian Brian Regan, the plural of moose is moosin. Yeah, I can't explain it. I just feel more inspired at night. Once I get in the zone, I can race through a whole bunch of giraffes no problem. So they've kept their sort of physical and mental traits, but been put into the role of other people. But what about you? I keep hearing you sighing these days. Is everything okay? Yeah. Layla is Kaveh. Dory is Alhaitham. Kaveh is Dory. And Alhaitham is just the sage. Nobody is Layla. Well, it's just, don't you think this house is a little small? I guess I should be used to it after living here for so many years, but for some reason I've been feeling claustrophobic recently. Want to move somewhere bigger because she subconsciously knows that she should be living in the Palace of Alcazarzarai. Yeah, geese and gooses. Once I've made enough more, I'm going to buy a huge new house as big as, at least as big as the Palace of Alcazarzarai. Huh, why do you think that, Dory? I wonder why. I did hear some months back that the voice director did tell Dory's Japanese actress to tone it down a little. I wonder if they backpedaled. It sounds really expensive. Well, cactus and moose don't end the same. The whole joke is that words that end the same way, you joke that they pluralize or expand the same. You know, you got bike is short for bicycle. I mean, bike is short for bicycle, so Mike is short for mycicle. Or alternatively, since Mike is short for Michael, then bike is short for bicycle. Never be able to afford to describe Sally Rowe, need to find another way. And is anyone up here? You're gonna try Canadian fat cakes? It's interesting, it's not on the map here, but there is a teleport waypoint. Not usable, but not usable. And there's nobody here, so we just need to go talk to famed merchant Kaveh. Yeah, cactuses is valid, but... Well, you should eat more. We're gonna all come to Texas and force feed you. And then you're gonna ask, are you just fattening me up to eat me? And the answer will not actually, it won't be yes, really. I mean, not all of you. We're just gonna turn you into foie gras. That's a joke too. Sorry. We're not gonna turn you into foie gras. We're just genuinely concerned about your well-being. Lord Kaveh Bay, did you get a chance to review this month's accounts? Any feedback? Super wealthy merchant who has it all. Yon, you mean the version you sent over a few days ago? Yeah, I took a look when I received it. We is me. I'm using the royal we because I'm important. Yeah, I've had poutine twice. It was good. Both times it was at Disney Springs at Disney World in Florida. Same exact poutine cart. Over the course of 5 years in between. I was thinking that maybe our profit margin is a little excessive. I visited some of our commercial partners last month. Their earnings are very slim. Yeah, but even though he's a merchant, he's a very different kind of merchant than Dory. Because even placed in the feet of other people, their underlying personalities are poking through. Which is why Sino still likes Genius Invocation TCG a bunch, even though he's in Sathos' role. Are you suggesting that we give up some of their profits for them? Our profits for them? Kasimi. Well, since we have more than we need, yes, making money for its own sake is pointless. Don't worry, I've already planned for it. The numbers look fine. We can adjust the rate starting from next month. In the real world, he would be outcompeted by someone else and go bankrupt. The logic of capitalism does not permit for generosity. Any profit gets computed away. Any excess gets computed away. For human meat or for patine? Or for human meat patine? Maybe don't answer that question. Also, about that designer you hired, I've had to revise his proposal 3 times now, but he just doesn't seem to sigh. That designer. Let's cut our losses, pay him his fee. Okay, so probably no one in particular. Send him on his way. I'd like you to get Layla on this instead. She was Cyrus' student. She designed the Palace of Alcazar. So it seems like a much safer choice because she is Kave right now. Who's sneaking around over there? It's Kale, who is still in her Forest Ranger role. Kave-san. You recognize this person, sir. He shot Lord Kave Bey's bodyguard. Yes, it's alright, we've met. This is Koei Sethos' trainee, Sethos Tinari. He brought her along last time I went for drinks with him. Tinari and Dory going for drinks. What brings you to the city? Koei is your master here too. Shisho ni Shikai? No, this is all wrong. Why is Kave saying that too? Tinari is my teacher, not Sethos. This can't be real. I have to ask someone else. There's got to be someone else out there who still remembers the truth. Hey, wait, don't run off. How strange. What's gone into her today? Okashina. Back to it. Does he have any dog here? It's like everyone switched places. Thank you for saving my quest progress. Explore Samara City. Guess I'll keep looking around. What if we got Mavwika to lure you into an oven instead? So I remember a while back when I was working on a renovation plan for the House of Dana. Well, I submitted a report to the Grand Sage and he rejected it. So Kave and Alhaitham still don't get along. There are a lot of things you might mean by that. I'm not sure if any of them are good. It's infuriating how does someone with no sense of aesthetics whatsoever even become the Grand Sage. Please calm down, Lord Kave. Maybe it's for the best that the proposal wasn't approved. Weren't you planning on paying for the renovations out of your own pocket? The Grand Sage just saved you a huge sum of more. You're right, it's his loss if he doesn't want to work with me. Let him live out the rest of his days in an artless void for all I care. Anyway, enough about that killjoy. There's supposed to be a show at the Zubair Theater today. Are you guys free later? Tickets are me if you want to join. I'm by process of elimination. Should probably be Farazan or Dia dancing there. Probably Dia. Because she did learn how to dance in one of her anecdotes. So... up over by the Academia, right? It's like many of you would fold. Oh, so now we can meet, yep, Dia and Nilu. Nilu the Flame Main and Dia the Dancer, probably. Well, I've been drinking a lot of water, which is healthy. But it does mean that I do have to urinate more often than I might like to. The vicious cycle of piss. BRP. The pishous cycle. Okay, I've returned. Also, apparently, while I was vanished, I checked something and what? Okay. Yeah, as I was saying, apparently there were some intimations, I mean, similar to the Steam ones, which so far have not yet materialized, that this game is going to maybe actually be on Switch, probably Switch 2, not Switch 1 soon, which would be fun if they added a link. I doubt they will, because Nintendo is really... They don't let other consoles ever get their characters. They originally wanted to make some Nintendo Fortnite skins, and that did not go anywhere because they were unwilling to let them be used on other systems, and that was... There are Nintendo skins in Rocket League, which are only usable on Nintendo, but Epic did not want to allow the existence of Switch-only skins. And that was going to be Nintendo's condition, and they just wouldn't comply. It would be fun if we got Link. Well, imagine if he was an Animo Cryo Swirl user we got for free, and he was meta or something. Really, if they added a Nintendo character, I would want them to have Kirby. Though that would require so much remodeling and vision bobbing. That's not good. What's a visitor say? I see. Welcome all. It's been a while. Raman, the Mahamada at the exchange. So he's not by the core of 30, huh? Hey Raman, that guy who sells space powder on Treasure Street. I haven't seen him around in a while. Any idea what happened to him? Yeah, she is definitely the dancer now. Oh, you meant a Hongar? You had gotten into a brawl with Shavir mate on Treasure Street. He's been banned from setting up shop there for now. Seriously? Well, that's a shame. I was planning to pick out some makeup for you. Oh, don't worry about it. Kimishinade. The legendary Flame Main discussing makeup with his Bear Theater star dancer. Yeah, there's something you don't see every day, but of course, Neo is the Flame Main and Dia is the dancer right now. Flame Main. Exactly, yep, Neo the Flame Man. You know, I'm not exactly sure when people started calling me that, like 10 minutes ago. Maybe the other Eremites thought I needed a fiercer title to scare people off. I think people have done some Eremite Neo fan art before. I think I remember seeing that at some point. To be completely honest, I think the child fit you better than me, Dia. They understand. Everything is wrong. You think she's the principal dancer? You think, huh? Can't say I've never imagined myself as a merc. If I ever give up the dancing, maybe I'll head to the desert and give the Eremite life a try. You would? So nanda. Is that so strange? Oh, not at all. In fact, I've actually had similar thoughts before. If I ever get tired of sleeping out in the wild, I think I might go look for a job at the Zabir Theater. Things are corrected. I wonder if they'll remember this day at all. I've adored the dance of Sub-Zero's ever since the first time I saw you perform it. If the dance ever came up, I'd love to try it out on stage for myself. Well, news for you. Really, if our manager Satari heard you say that, oh, that's hilarious, because it's been years, but pretty infamously, Sataria, she was the woman from the Academy who was trying to shut it all down back in the Summer Orcon quest. She'd hold you to it, probably grab you by the sleeve, and never let you go again. Hey, when that day comes, I'll do your makeup myself. How's that sound? Sure, if the day comes, I'll be honored. Cute. Onegane. Well then, everyone I know, everything I've ever known, suddenly it's all a jumbled mess. For Sumeru City, gotta go up to the Academia. Question is, who's right, them or me? My head feels so heavy, I can't think straight. Can't talk to him, what do you gotta say? Nero, have you been to our village recently? I've got a friend who I haven't seen in a while. I was wondering how she's doing. Candace, or... I mean, Farazan. Oh, the Guardian. Farazan is Candace. I saw her not too long ago. She seemed completely absorbed in her research. No change there then. I'll have to catch up with her next time I'm out that way. And Dia called her senpai. Interesting. But it's interesting because Dia still appears to be from Aru. It's just So some things have stayed the same, like personality and origin. It's really just the jobs that are different. It's honestly weirder than if they were just totally switched. Entirely. And... Yep, it's Sino Tinari. The General Mahamatra himself. Yeah, Mahamatra Tinari. We've apprehended the suspect. Thank you, Ilyas. He was one of the Matra, I believe. In one of the story quests. Forget which one. Probably Sinos. They say that the fool is prone to blind faith, but the wise man is not immune to it either. Siraj, do you have anything to say in your defense? Tinari, you were the one who turned the sages against me. Just a few words of caution from you was all it took to destroy my research. And was he the guy from Alhaitham's story quest? The guy who made the hive mind? I think he is. It probably is. If it isn't, it should be. If Goro's ears got longer, he could be next. Yes! I remembered right. He's got the same visor and everything. God. Didn't know God looked like that. Yep. But he was from Alhaitham's story quest. He was the one who made the hive mind. He showed up here. What the heck? Why is he back? Ah. And now you're trying to stop me again. You should know that mechanical life is the future. Let's cast aside our useless flesh and... Holy crap. Adeptus Mechanicus. The one about him giving Alhaitham sloppy toppy in his mind. I'm not going to show it, but I have no qualms about describing it. Someone made a GIF years ago, back when Sumeru started, where, like, back when the Akasha was still a thing, like, the Traveler going into VR mode, and, like, miming giving Alhaitham sloppy toppy. I'm not proud that I know that exists. I did not actively seek it out, but that is a thing that exists. Not the response I expected. Yeah. Yep, word don't check DM. It must have been a Pibby glitch. What I'll say is, like, I said this before in the Discord, but if you want to get better at being around people, you have to be a little bit meaner in the sense of caring less about being judged and what they think. Which means developing a strong sense of values and a strong moral core, so that you have a way to judge your own actions as right or wrong, good or bad, without having to refer to how other people react and talk about what you do. That's all. I don't have it. I don't have that saved. Who has what saved? I don't have that GIF saved. I just remember what it was. Okay. That's enough. I'm not in the mood to listen to your lunacy. Anyone could tell you how amateur your work is. Brutal. I don't have it saved. Someone just posted it on OK Buddy Genshin like a week or two ago. So I saw it recently and it was pretty fresh in my memory. It's a picture from an old TV show. I don't know which one. Of like this very white woman. Yeah. What's it from? Oh, it's from the Brady Bunch. What the heck? Why is anything about the Brady Bunch relevant in 2026? Okay. Karina Ilios, put him somewhere safely out of the way. Throw him down the well. Yes, sir. Next on the agenda is you may be better off that way. Shisho. What is it? Wait, did Professor Zaha Hadi send you? She's been encouraging me to take on an apprentice. Might be getting a bit ahead of herself there, though. So would Zaha Hadi switch places with Nafis, or... Because Zaha Hadi was originally Kashara Architecture. Did they switch the professors too? No, Shisho. Master, teacher, it's me, Kole. Listen to me, something really weird is going on in Sumeru City. It's like everyone's identities have switched around. Someone needs to be pure to compensate for people bringing up Alhaitham Sloppy Toppy. You're not the General Mahamatra, you're a forest watcher. Just yesterday, we agreed to come to Sumeru City to go shopping together, and... in that... Was it Koei then? Or Sethos mentioning the shopping? Let me see. Let me see, and... Under... Sethos... Sethos does not mention that. Okay, cool. Let's see. Yeah, we're balling. A few more people to talk in the bazaar. Let's check. The errors in the dream. Because someone brought it up. I was not the one who brought up that topic. I did not want to talk about it, but other people brought it up. And I felt obligated to address, to respond, and not ignore them. Nothing feels worse than being ignored. I didn't want anyone to feel bad. But that meant I had to talk about Alhaitham Sloppy Toppy. The things I bear with. The things I endure for your sake. Okay. Alright, there's no rush. Let's back up a little. Your name is Kole, correct? Although this is our first meeting. You seem strangely familiar, Sumet. Is there anything I can help you with? Big Kole eyes. Big Kole eyes. Holy crap. Dottore put Kole in the amazing digital circus. No, no. I'm joking. Don't worry. I'm just running bits. She's sure. She's sure. What is it? Oh, cutscene? Or is it gonna be Dottore? Oh, just woke up. It was all a bad dream. And you're never waking up. You have another nightmare. It's all my fault. It's always my fault. Koi cried because I was talking about Alhaitham. Never mind. I've told you before, when you're tired, lay down on your back in bed and get some proper sleep. It's much better for you than napping on your front. For posture obstructs your breathing, which can lead to all sorts of weird dreams. It was all a fake out, or maybe this is the illusion. Well, when Dottori's in the ley lines, what's real and what's fake? What will be playing in Korea? Now we're supposed to go shopping in Sumeru City today. Remember, cheer up, I'll take you to Hushang's. Odu's got some new toys in stock. Wash your face, take some deep breaths, and when you're ready, we'll head out. Oh, okay. Guy who said he didn't care about the Alhaitham Sloppy Toppy is bringing up Alhaitham Sloppy Toppy totally unprompted. You ain't slick. Okay, thanks, Master Tinari. So it was just a dream. And yet, dreams can sometimes be a warning of things that will soon come to pass. Nicole! Oh, so that's how Nicole gets involved, and this is why it steps for a story quest. It wasn't, it was Hans. It was Star Hans Hertz. What? Who said that? That dream felt unusually real, didn't it? Here's my suggestion. Since you're heading to Sumeru City anyway, you might as well tell the heater about everything that happened. Kore Kara. When you go to Korea, you should be like those obnoxious tourists and take pictures of random people and post on social media about how you thought they were all gonna look like K-pop guys. And then they just looked like normal Koreans and you felt tricked. And just don't do that. And just to be on the safe side, I think you should also inform your two traveler friends who once helped save Sumeru. I've read them a letter of Aubrey. Oh, so there's a flashback, isn't it? Okay. Yeah, don't be Johnny Somali. That would be a bad idea. For one... Oh, for one, no one's managed to pull off being translational. I mean, Rachel Dolezal couldn't do it. Oli London couldn't do it. Oli London got surgery and still couldn't pull it off. It's sad. Yeah, that was Oli London who tried to be Korean transracial, right? Okay. Yeah, Johnny Somoli is a kick streamer who fights people in Japan. I think he got arrested and kicked out. IRL subtitles? What do you mean by that? Time is short. A storm is coming from beyond the bounds of fate. Fate is a different game. Song of the Welcome in Act 9. Ozolfos empties. Oh, we got the Dottore glitch again. We got the Pibby glitch again. Okay. If he was a Twitch streamer, would he have gotten twitched out? You mean Justin Trudeau getting his blackface pictures revealed? Maybe that's why Katy Perry dated him. What a strange situation, no wonder Koi was in such a rush to write us a letter. Imagine waking up one day to find, oh, it's the Snegaroshka Fae right behind us at Mimis Runner Books. Imagine waking up one day to find that everything around you has changed. You might not even recognize Paimon anymore. Oh, that's a scary thought. I think I heard something about that sort of sideways, but I don't remember exactly who. Let's get to Samara and find out what the heck is going on. It's another Samsara. Oh, we conveniently teleported there immediately. Upon a speck in the eye, the illusions bloom. Enter Samira City to check on the situation. We can run our Nicole Prune team. Oh, interesting. It's... Huh. It's not to that. I don't see a barrier. I'm trying to guess to put our guard down. Oh, well, it's... There's the barrier. Oh! Rachel Dolezal was not a politician. The situation with Rachel Dolezal was... She was actually a well-respected community activist. Forget where specifically, but she was involved with a local NAACP, which is the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People. And basically, like, it wasn't even malicious. She had just grown to identify so much with her coworkers, basically, and the populace she served, for lack of a better term. Yeah, she had headshots that made her look like a politician, but yeah. Yeah, that was cool. I noticed that right at the start when I accidentally started it by talking to Catherine. But I mean, apparently she's still doing her thing, just, you know, like, you know, as a very tanned white woman, but, you know, at the time, a lot of people were just, you know, like, she didn't need to do all that. She didn't need to do all that. Kashif and Muiz. So I can't believe I have to move so far away on such short notice. I made an automatic watering device so that my flowers don't wither and die while I'm away from home. But also, so why are they moving? More Dottore stuff? Making Scar Mecha too? But apparently, last I checked, she was doing stuff on Cameo, and you could pay Rachel Dolezal to do a line read for you. Hey, do you think renovation works is the real reason they're moving us to Caravan Rebot? There's a rumor going around that Samara City's buildings aren't earthquake-resistant enough. Maybe that's it. All we know for sure is that the order came down from Nahida herself. I wonder if Nahida's going to be any good for Stellar Rhymegrass. She worked well enough for Winterbloom, but that's just because there weren't a lot of Winterbloom teammates. Baladuri, the Valhumana Sage, and Khaldun. That is a very Greek statue-looking beard. He is named after Ibn Khaldun, famous Arabic writer of ages past. Thank you, Sage Baladuri. You really didn't have to stay with us to the end. Don't mention I'm your teacher. It's my job to look after my students. I think this is the first time we've seen the Valhumana Sage. It's technically Sathos and Sana's teacher. Is Pania doing okay? I think so. She just left the city with her mother. This will be her first trip away from home. She's handling it much better than I imagined. As her father, it's quite a relief. I just hope they have a smooth trip. Is Pania anyone we know or have seen? Oh, she's the little girl in the People of the Springs, apparently. Interesting. Wiki is wondering if she's related to that guy. Who knows? There isn't really much of an indication in anything she says, but hey, that's fine. Yeah. Maybe it's just like how we have multiple Cyruses. What's interesting is that Cyrus from Spantamod, the Sage in Sumeru, and Cyrus of the Adventurers Guild in Mondstadt have different names in Japanese and Chinese. But the issue is that in Chinese and Japanese, there's a specific transliteration they use for the name Cyrus, as in the historical Cyrus, Cyrus the Great of Persia. And then that's what they use for the Sumeru guy. And because it's supposed to be referencing the figure. But the Cyrus in Mondstadt is just, Cyrus phonetically represented in Chinese and Japanese, like Cyrusu. So it's intended to just be, a white guy named Cyrus, like in English, Cyrus. But of course that doesn't come across in English because there is no Chinese transliteration of Cyrus the Great in English. Pack up your things, it's time we got going to... I could pull up the wiki to show that. Maybe. Perhaps. We have to go over to... around that way. Monitoring the situation, Tofik. As if work and family aren't enough to deal with already. Now they're telling us to move to Caravan Rebot because of renovations. Well, I bet it's just some vanity project. I don't trust the Nahir, nor any of the sages, especially not that new Grand Sage. What's his name? Nafis. You ask me, he's the worst of the bunch. So it's Nafis being the Grand Sage, and Nafis is the Amarta biology guy, Tianari's teacher, who looks like Tianari too for no real reason, because apparently they're not related, at least not directly. But, so did Nafis actually become the Grand Sage, or is that more Dotori garbage? Because if Alhaitham's not the Grand Sage right now, what is Alhaitham doing? Is he just a random scholar? Is he in Layla's position? Or did Dotori just put him in a jar or something as vengeance? Furinos, Kashar, Sage, Ruha, and Naweed. Oh, no, we've seen it. We've seen this guy before, the mask guy. Hey, mister, are you a robot? Oji-san, roboto nano? Shh, look, he's pretending to be human. He definitely doesn't want anyone to find out he's a robot. Oh, so Nafis is the Grand Sage now. Oh, interesting choice. Okay. I am a robot. Watashi wa roboto da. I was designed to infiltrate the human world undetected. A mission is to find an opportunity to destroy humanity. Well, that is basically Leyline Dotori. I knew it, it's just like in the picture books. And they're excited. Okay, what do we do? We're the only ones who know a secret, right? Surely he won't silence us for good. Only Dotori gets to hurt children. You have discovered my secret, now I must take you as my prisoners. I will tickle your feet until you join the robot army. Dan Schneider. Raya. Don't be afraid, I'll protect you. Take this robot. Ah, stop! I was just kidding, I'm human, Oh my goodness, he actually beat him up. Shame they didn't animate that. Okay. Me when I bully Bala and she fights back. Rima. Hey, now's not a good time to visit Sumeru City. We're actually getting ready to move out ourselves. Oh, so they're probably moving everyone out to prepare to fight Dotori. Presumabala. Oh, and we can't go fast. We can't go farther than that. Kole. Traveler in Palma, thank goodness. I'm so glad you made it. Oh, but as I was saying before, either way, unless we get information about Hexeride buffs coming in 7.0, in 6.7, I'm probably going to go for Yai, because Yai's C1 becomes a pretty nice Team-wide Electro damage and Stellar Conduct damage buff, which, I mean, right now, apparently, the best team for 6.7's new character whose name will remain unspoken is her, Yai, Chi-Chi, at least at C6 or higher. Probably, honestly, at C02. Maybe unless you have a C6 Diona or something, but... And then... Oh, probably Shieldon for multi-shred. Because the interesting thing about Stellar Superconduct is that, unlike all the lunar reactions, stellar superconduct damage can be cryo or electro damage. So having multiple elements of shred from a character like Shilanen is better than, say, just having Viridescent Venerer. I'm sorry. You can kill me for that one. I wasn't thinking too hard. If you have a C6 Diona, though I guess if you roll more Dionas, it doesn't hurt you either. Traveler Pullman, thank goodness, so glad he made it. Of course, we won't let anything happen to Nicole, so what's going on in Samara City? Looks like lots of people are moving or something. Yeah, they're not moving. It's actually just something. Yeah, I was just gonna say. After I wrote my letter, Tianari and I went to Samara City and told them to heed her everything that I experienced from start to finish. What did she say? She was silent at first. It seemed like she was deep in thought. Then the next day, we got told that she was ordering everyone to leave Samara City and immediately move to Caravan Rivat. Convenient. Gotta protect the civilians. The entire population of the city has to move. They gotta get on the floor and dance. That's how they gotta move. Okay. Not just Samara City, evacuation also includes Lokapala Jungle, Alvidia Forest, Ashavan Realm, and Ardrabi Valley. So basically all of Samara Rainforest. Because since it's got so many trees, they're probably connected to Irmin Sultan, the way it's more than the desert. Basically, everyone living in the rainforest must temporarily relocate to Caravan Ribat. Is it big enough? Probably not. Holy smokes, that's crazy. Yes, it's quite an operation. Even if people only bring the bare essentials, the scale is simply enormous. Mentioning scale reminds me of that picture. Let me see. Let me see. Can I find this? Can't find it. Let me see. I can't find the meme. I'm just gonna have to describe it. There was this meme where it's like a skinny woman stepping on a scale. Well, it was like this vaguely offensive probably Mexican, some kind of Latin American. It was in Spanish. Little one-panel newspaper comic where it's a skinny woman stepping on a scale, and then a much larger woman, puts a leg on that the other one can't see to make her weight appear much bigger. And then there was an edit done of it where instead of saying weight, it says number of legs, and it says 3 because there are 3 feet on the scale. It was so dumb. Okay, I'm sorry. It's a good one. They've requisitioned almost all the Sumpter Beasts in Samara for the task, including the entirety of Dory's Sumpter Beast Park. All on account of that dream Koi had. Didn't Nahidar give any indication as to why? It's Dotori. The Nahidar said that what Koi experienced is not a dream, but a warning. Thank you, Nicole. After a meeting, she immediately summoned the 6 sages to analyze the situation and discuss countermeasures. They concluded that the events seen in the dream are very likely to become a reality, and that an unknown danger is rapidly approaching. How did they bring that meme up for Flynn's? Like, number of wheelchair members on the team? Events seen in the dream are likely to become a reality, and the unknown danger is rapidly approaching. Well, please keep that to yourself. We don't want to cause widespread panic. Exactly. Even if her shield is weak. The official reason they've given is a large-scale renovation of the rainforest's ecosystem. People are skeptical, but there haven't been any major incidents so far at least. The Dendro Archons and the Nahidar seemed really worried when we spoke to her. She said you can go visit her in the sanctuary of Shuristhan when you arrive. Oh, okay. She also said that she'd hold out until the very end. Tianari, Koi, you got a minute? I need a hand here. I'm here. I mean, a lot of the team's damage comes from Enefa, but it's more that a lot of the entire team's damage is coming from lunar charged reaction damages and not their direct damage from Vegeta or from Flynn's skills, but from the actual Thundercloud, which means that, you know, a lot of Enefa's damage is coming from that too. If the team is getting wheelchaired, it's getting wheelchaired by the reaction itself. But Flynn's is not a wheelchair character. I mean, it's... People who are pushing that agenda are generally people who just dislike Flynn's as a character for largely unrelated reasons. One moment, I'll be right there. Oh, people saying that Flynn's is wheelchaired. I mean, he's not a hyper carry, and Enefa has a meaningful damage contribution, but he's not getting wheelchaired. That's why he can be meaningfully used without Enefa. He's just not nearly as good. As a Forest Watcher, I've been tasked with assisting with the relocation work. There's a lot to be done. They all need the help they can get. Nefer is more reliant on Lauma than Flynn's is reliant on Enefa, but none of the people slandering Flynn's are ever going to say that, and the reason for that should be highly obvious. Yeah. This will be the final group of evacuees from Sumeru City. While they're away from home, they'll be heavily relying on outside help. I mean, it is always very funny to me when Twitter fake lesbian Yuri Buddha and, you know, Master Love Gasha Grill types try to create an unholy alliance, because that's what happened with the Woo-Wah quote-unquote fan base. And after 5 months, they turned on each other. This will be the final group of evacuees from Sumeru City. While they're away from home, they'll be heavily reliant on outside help. Thank you for coming in our time of need. As you can see, another crisis is upon us. Excuse me, sorry to trouble you, but can you help an old man find his medicine? It's buried somewhere in my luggage. Arya Deva. Oh, he is the guy who used to be part of the Order of Skeptics from Girdle of the Sands. Hamid, where's my mom? Where'd you go, Sob? Dottore ate her. I mean, I use it because I like looking at discourse and getting news. Takes all kinds. If you don't worry, it'll be okay. Hot team, those items are worth a small fortune. Make sure you store them somewhere safe, you understand. Hot team's the investor, that's right. He had a daily commission. I bet you thought you'd get away with this in the Chaos Hunt. Guess again, no petty thief gets past me. I've never actually muted a word. Maybe I should. Mass evacuation inevitably comes with all kinds of problems. Nahida wouldn't resort to this unless it was absolutely necessary. The strange events of Koi's dream took place in Sumeru City. Whatever danger is afoot, it must start here, which is why everyone has to leave. We should go help the evacuees. See you around. Oh, so glad that you believe me and came all this way to help. It means a lot. Please stay safe. You know, I hope Alhaitham, Koei, and Baiju, and Tianori all get buffed for Stellar Rongrass or something. Don't worry, we may not know exactly what's going on yet, but as long as we stick together, we'll find a way through this. On the topic of Stellar reactions and the Stellar buffs, a lot of people were complaining that the characters who got buffed don't have a way to turn on Stellar Superconduct on their own. But, I mean, that's about as much balance, and, well, about as much as we could hope for, and honestly as much as would be good. Because a lot of the people who are complaining, oh, we still have to roll for new characters, Lunar was egregious, because every Lunar character had basically one team, and needed all those characters to work. You couldn't run Nefer without Lama, or the other way around. Same, really, for Linnea Zebai, though Iluga complicates that, or Enefa Flynn's. And then Bina was hard-locked to Lunar. And with Stellar, at least Saritsa, even if she's hard-locked to Stellar, she's at least going to have non-Sneznaya characters who are going to be able to interact with that. There are a lot of people who legitimately wanted to be, you know, the guy who rolled, you know, E6, Superimpose 5, Jingyuan at the start of Star Rail. But except, you know, instead of getting cocked, being able to never roll for anyone else ever again. But it's, I mean, on a fundamental level, a lot of people just don't like playing the game. if you never roll for anyone else and never build anyone, basically none of the rewards you get in the game matter at all. And at that point, I mean, it doesn't even matter, because if you're not doing endgame, if you're not building anyone new, why do you care or not whether the new gimmick is going to be usable for you or not? Because you don't need any gimmick to clear story. But it's just, I mean, on a fundamental level, I mean, I've talked about this before. There are a number of people, because so much of this game's popularity comes from the COVID boost. There are so many people for whom this wasn't only their first gacha game or first live service game, but literally their first video game. People who didn't like video games and still don't like video games as a medium, contempt for the medium, but picked it up because it had, similarities with K-pop standum. It got it because it was like Pop Crave. Don't worry, you may not know exactly what's going on yet, but as long as we stick together, we'll find a way through this. Goodbye, look after yourselves. Will do, see ya. What then now? You Pamon's not sure how she found words to comfort Koi because honestly, she's kind of nervous herself. Let's head to the sanctuary of Surisana and see a heater. Okay. And oh, we conveniently teleported, huh? Okay. Go to the sanctuary of Surisana and... Where are they gonna... That's where we get blocked off. Very on rails. For better or worse. What's a Piopal? Mutasim. Who goes there? No unauthorized access is placed by order of Mahamatra Sino. What about Lisa and Yua? Well, the superconduct buffs we're getting. The stellar conduct buffs, well, the character kit buffs that are associated with stellar conduct, and then also Mizuki for some reason, probably stellar swirl. I mean, to think about it, she's honestly the only animal character who needs a buff. I mean, maybe they could do something with Hazel, but I don't know. But the main thing is that Yua's not getting any buffs, because the big thing is that Stellar Conduct has nothing to do with physical. It's all about dealing Electro and Cryo direct Stellar Conduct damage. Apparently there's some intimations in Nicole's new Witch's Lodge quest that we're going to get another round of Hexarai buffs to existing characters instead of, Varka in 6.5 and now on 6.4 and now in 6.6, Prune, Lone, and Nicole. Which will probably, presumably, include Yoa, but... Well, the main thing about physical is that the issue has nothing to do with physical itself. I mean, in the end, the lever they can always pull or push to make a character better or worse is just straight numbers. Freeze was not all that good, except for, I guess, Wizard Strayer, but Ayaka was on top of the meta for a decent amount of time because of the pure multiplier you're getting from her burst. If they want to make Yua better, all they need to do is give her better numbers. And that's probably what Hexarai would do. Who goes there? A lot of the Stellar Conduct buffs, in particular Sino, are related to just Sino and Yan with Esli mainly, are related to just giving the character better numbers, better multipliers. Matra Sino, yeah, at least that's not messed up. Aro of Matra, Are you blind? It's a traveler in Palma. Surely you've seen them before. No, he's blind, actually. He just had his eyes closed throughout the entire Summer World quest. Oh, so it is. I'm sorry I haven't been sleeping well lately. My nerves are a little frayed. Not sleeping well, you say? What's troubling you? It's Dotori showing up in his dreams and throwing it back. The Dendro Archon Heater is in a very vulnerable state at the moment. Mahamatra Sino is concerned that our enemies might choose this moment to strike, so he's ordered us to strengthen our defenses. Just seeing you two again already puts our minds at ease. Please enter, I'm sure everyone's expecting you. Yeah, I did spoil myself a little and listen to Dottore 2's new theme. It's very, very good. Well, Hyphen's here. Cyrus, and in particular, it does incorporate some Dottore-related leitmotifs, to say the least, that weren't really present, at least not fully, in Dottore 1. She's in the cocoon again. Oh, it's Wanderer. One thing I do appreciate about the Stellar Conduct buffs is that, one, it appears that the approach they're taking with Stellar is... Capitano coming back is probably related to Columbina mentioning Mistletoe, which was the sword of Thrine, his Norse mythological namesake, at the end of True Moon in 6.3. But it... the fact that Hexrite did end up just being Mondstadt Resonance was egregious. The fact that Stellar isn't region-locked in terms of the buffs, though it probably will be in terms of who gets to activate those buffs for other characters, is a lot better. I think it's a very nice middle ground. No, really, I do. Because again, I mean, not just from a business model perspective, but in terms of playing the game worth it, and rolling new characters and building new characters perspective worth it, it's... Especially if Cryo Traveler, and not just Sorry can turn them all on. It's just... Also, I do appreciate that 6.7's character, besides being Stellar Conduct, is a Cryo character. And that they're not tying things to every element gets an on-fielder and an off-fielder of the type that reacts with Hydro to create the winner reaction. And then Bina, and then Ino, if you don't have Bina or need two teams, gets to be the Hydro. They're being more creative and flexible, which I'm cautiously excited for. Traveler Palma, you made it. Also, the big thing is that... No, what I'm saying is... Capitano was either coming back or getting more story relevance, because Columbina specifically mentions that Project Stuzo / Project Harshwinter or Fimbulwinter is... There's something about it related to a quote-unquote Mistletoe, which is the sword of Thrine, who is Capitano's namesake from Norse myth, which... In the files, Capitano's sword is called Antumbra, the darkest part of the shadow. There's a good chance that maybe it's actually called Mistletoe if we ever hear it referred to in the game. Maybe it's got two names. Who knows? He's special. But one way or another, he's at very least going to have more story relevance. The fact that he's still the first of the Harbingers, even though he's quote-unquote dead, he is still breathing. He's not dead. He's comatose. Perfect timing, Robo helpers like you were just what we need right now. It's good to see everyone again. Colin gave us a rough idea of what's going on, but we still have a lot of questions. Well, Project Stuza, which has been mentioned since Arlecchino's story quest back in Fontaine. It means harsh winter in Russian, which is almost certainly, given all the Norse parallels in this game, especially with Conria, probably a reference to Fimbulwinter, which means long winter in Norse, in Norwegian / whatever you want to call it. I don't care. Sorry, Norway. Sorry, Germany. You have the same myths anyway, but it's the winter that predates Ragnarok / Götterdämmerung, Ragnarok Norse, Götterdämmerung, German version, or the Twilight of the Gods, because Project Stuza is probably Snezhnaya's war against Celestia. Well, Baldur's the god of light. It might be the Traveler. It's good to see everyone in. Cola gave us a rough day. What's going on? So a lot of questions. What kind of dangerous Samara city? And exactly. Oh, Nafis is here, who is apparently actually the Grand Sage now. And how come everyone has to move to Caravan Rebot? Okay, Mandela effect, which is not a real thing. I forgot that Nafis doesn't have the ears and just has, this fuck-ass bob, like Tinari. He still looks like Tinari. I mean, Tinari is meant to parallel Nafis in the same way that Sano parallels Cyrus, so at this stage we can't be certain. We're investigating, but no definitive answers yet. Yeah, but either, I don't know, Trevor will come back or something, or... Oddly aggressive for one. Okay, cool. Well, first, what flavor do we think it is? Honestly, it could be orange chocolate. Orange chocolate's a good flavor. You got this nice high percentage dark chocolate, and then you got this little bit of orange. Why am I talking about what flavor my model's hair is? My goodness. Okay. I take it that Koi told you about her strange dream. I don't know what baby toothpaste tastes like. Toothpaste for babies or toothpaste before it grows up into adult toothpaste? Yeah, apparently everyone in Summer City was acting super weird. Even you guys. It was like we'd all switch places. You know, that's the correct answer, but it's not a fun answer, so... You know, I guess I crush your dreams, you crush my dreams, you know? JoJo Part 7, Steel Ball Run, Final Chapter, Break My Heart, Break Your Heart. That's it, Sonotori. Koi and Tionari reported the situation to the Nehiter. She believes that it wasn't merely a dream, that whatever it was is something to do with the Irmin Soul. Holy crap, Irmin Soul burning only took 3 years and a half. Yeah, apparently everyone in Summer City was acting super weird, even you guys look, you'd all switch places. It's a reasonable inference, only through Irmin Soul can people's memory and cognition be so significantly modified in such a short time. Computer virus Dotori. We don't know why Koi would dream of these things, nor who was trying to warn her. The Nehiter decided to connect to Irmin Soul to investigate more thoroughly. Has she found anything yet? Irmin Soul is connected directly to the ley lines of Amarta Sage. But isn't he also the Grand Sage? I don't know. The tree serves as a central hub where the ley lines converge, and its core function is to record and store the world's knowledge and memories. Also, if you're not gone yet, enjoy your breakfast. Energy requirement. What is Prune's energy requirement? Yeah, it's around 200, people say. No, I looked at TGS on Twitter, and he said she needed like 160. And I guess that was untrue. Or it... Oh, it... Does Nicole have a Team Energy Con? I think that's what might have tricked me. Yeah. Let me check that again. The C1 I almost got. No, she doesn't give any free energy. I guess I just assumed to get more particles by killing faster. Perhaps. Whatever. Ooh. But something has gone awry, severely compromising the performance of this core function. Information is bottlenecking inside Irmin Soul, hampering the ley line's flow. This continues new information will languish unrecorded, with existing records thrown into disarray. It's constipated. We need to do a laxative knowledge capsule. I'm sorry, that was disgusting. In short, the souls of the dead will be stranded, while the living have their sense of reality warped. In the long run, Koi's dream could well become a reality. That's just the beginning. There's no telling what other nightmares could end up coming true. Even though I don't use her much anymore, honestly, Fiorina. She's the most universal support we've recently received. And at that point, maybe I would have to run Hydrovarka or something. But characters since Fiorina have gotten so much more specific. Irmin Soul of the Ley Lines. I've come this far to use my death to open the gates of the ley lines to my people. He's back! And not when the captain was storing stranded souls inside his own heart. It was only after the rules of the Night Kingdom were amended that they were finally able to return to the ley lines. And that was just one nation. A problem with the Irmin Soul itself could end up affecting all ley lines worldwide. I do find it funny that they've tried hard to keep us remembering Capitano, with Mistleton mentioned by Bina, him showing up in Varka's trailer, and then showing up in now with that voice line, repeating. You know, again, it's... If I were in charge, what I would have done, especially since the Chess Weekly boss is just so nothing, I would have made Notlan's Archon quest, as long as we're getting here. Gasoi Thoth's Kawada would have been the second one, and Capitano would have been the first. You know, we would have fought Capitano, and then they could have made him playable and show up in some, you know, flagship patch events, and then they could kill him off for good at the end of things, and no one would feel like they missed anything, because we got him, he got to show up, become playable, and then we got, oh, holy crap, playable characters can die for real now. That's, you know, a major raising the stakes, too. Instead of having people be copium about Capitano coming back. You know, in the grand scheme of things, ceteris paribus, I would prefer them to make him playable and then just kill him off definitively for good. Yeah. You know, maybe that's what they'll do. They'll put Capitano on Pantalone's body. Lauma's not a bad option, too. I mean, Nefer's constellations, honestly, aren't even that good until C6. And C6 only really exists to use Llama's quills faster. But you don't have enough quills to actually make use of that until you have Llama C6. I mean, you need Llama C6 to use Nefer C6. Faced with a growing backlog of information, the Nahidra decided to connect herself directly to Irminsul, take over the recording and processing function herself. It's like what Skara did with his core for the world formula. I mean, the crazy thing is that at C6, you are probably better off using Lauma herself instead of... Oh goodness, instead of using Nefer for Lauma, especially since one big thing about the way Palehim works is that last I checked, people calced, maybe they were wrong, but last I checked, it doesn't actually benefit from lunar damage %. So Nefer does not get as much buffing, Nefer and Llama don't get as many buffs from Bina in a standard Nefer Llama Bina team as you might expect. The benefit is mostly that Bina's attack, Bina's gravity interference creates a bunch of individual hits and can use Palehim herself to do a bit more damage on the side. So there's a bit more of a damage share there. But with Lauma, she's doing Palehim on her C6, but she's also doing a decently high multiplier of just direct lunar boom damage and can meaningfully benefit from Bina in a way that you're not really getting in a Nefer Llama Bina team. It's ridiculous. I mean, Llama C6 doesn't even need to proc blooms to deal her lunar boom damage. She's legitimately less reliant on the bloom reaction than Nefer is. It's stupid. I've seen some pretty crazy solos with C6 Llama. I think you probably have too if you're talking about it. But it's an almost impossible task. Individual Bryans aren't equipped to deal with the sheer volume of knowledge and memories involved. All that information flooding in at once and instantly fry any human mind. And for a god, even for a god, the suffering must be unimaginable. Unimaginable. Nahid Bala. No more Bala. The Nahidra's power originates from Irminsul. Any issue with the tree itself takes a toll on her to begin with. And Raiden is still the Archon we know the least about in terms of origins. This is still crazy. Top of that, she subjected herself to the grueling task of processing all that data. Must be torture for her. Yeah, fair. But at the very same time, most new characters, even at C6, require a support to really work. At least with Lunar. And again, Stellar is going to kind of change that, because again, it's... Based on what we've seen about Stellar, based on 6.7's character and the buffs, there's no actual resonance. It's just Stellar characters turn it on, certain other characters get buffs. You don't necessarily need, they work best together, and the characters who aren't turning on Stellar themselves need someone else to turn it on for them, but it's not like Moonsign. You can run 6.7's character by yourself with just normal supports. It's not going to be quite as good, but you can do that without her kit not working. Fair. Despite all this, she is somehow finding the strength to investigate the Irminsul situation from within and send us her findings. I finished analyzing the latest data. Looks like our working theory was wrong. There's no signs of Irminsul having been attacked from the outside. It's being attacked from the inside. So it's internal then, some sort of disease, perhaps? No, I've spent half my life studying the ley lines. The Irminsul malfunctioned as easily. Yeah, because he spawned mod elements, ley lines. The world would have met its end long ago. Because dead Dottore... Of course, when you die, you enter the ley lines, they let you in. Unfortunately, maybe they shouldn't have let him in. But it... You know, that is the general theory. I don't think they've ever confirmed it, actually, but for why Hilichurls don't enter the ley lines and why the Kandrian Curse of Immortality exists, it was to prevent, you know, their abyssal corruption from entering the ley lines. ... Sano, what is it? What are you thinking about? Not long ago, I got a tip from the Core of 30 that a large number of unidentified merchant caravans recently been spotted entering Sumeri through Bido Harbor. From Fontaine's general direction. That was my warball. Sorry if that freaked you. At first, I suspected that they might have something to do with all this, so I sent some people to investigate. But if Irminsul wasn't attacked from the outside... Yeah. Also, not to say too much, but 6.7's map is actually huge. And it does appear to be the reason why the other map expansions were so small. 6.7 literally ate all the map expansion. Yeah. Let's hope your computer didn't explode. I don't think my water bottle could explode. But if Irminsul wasn't attacked from the outside... Oh, apparently, recently, there was a recall of ball jars, which are used for preserves, for blinding people. And the reason they were blinding people, no joke, is that people were storing things in them for so long that there was gas buildup, and then they went and opened it up and let it just, you know, the lid would pop up because of the gas buildup and take an eye out. Because they were stupid enough to keep their head over the jar as they were opening up this pressurized jar. Yeah. Don't you think there are more important things to worry about right now than guessing who's behind all this? Yeah, exactly, we've got to build up our war chest for Sneznaya Stellar Meta. It's been over 12 hours with no new intel. If even the Keeper of Irminsul is thus badly affected, you can imagine how bad things are in there. Yeah, but exactly, he can probably relay, because he is Port Irminsul too. Basically, her son, in a certain sense, is a puppet made of, you know, her. Nahida, oh, she died! Nahi dead. Dendro Archon, what's like looking down on firework? Oh, looking at the jar, well, yeah, basically. If you assume that all Americans are idiots, you will rarely be wrong. Nahida. What's wrong? Doja. Alright, we can go and do Nicole's quest. With the time we got. I can see her weave has faded. Her breathing is weak and her elemental energy levels are dangerously low. Let me see. Looks like it's time to move to the backup plan. What is the backup plan? What's the backup? Exactly, backup plan. Get out of the city and take Nahida with us. Time to run. The entrance to Irminsul is directly beneath the sanctuary Surisana. I didn't know that. This means this is ground zero if anything goes wrong. So I guess when we entered Irminsul during the Sumeru Archon quest, we had to be here. It wasn't just coincidence that we were here. Okay. The Nahida has a very strong connection to Irminsul, but theoretically this connection should grow weaker with distance so she can heal back up. Under normal circumstances, she can unleash her full power here. But with Irminsul out of control, our first priority is to get her away from us. The situation is critical. There's no time to deliberate. Everyone in agreement. This is her battle station. I'll deal with it. Also, let the Matra and the Core 30 know to start evacuating. Okay. Helker. Oh, that's cute. Fireman's carry. They are getting better at animating. Let's go, no sense grieving when there's nothing more we can do. I can't believe Dottore killed Nihira. Agreed, we'll be back as soon as this is over. Nice. Nice and slow. You would maybe think we'd be in a bit more of a hurry. Well... He's supposed to look like an older Tinari. So go tell that to Tinari. The last group of civilians has been safely evacuated. We can all look forward to Tinari's future twin death. Safely evacuated, the Nihira's carriage will travel with them. Sano and Scar will protect the convoy. That's good news, but you don't look very relieved. Oh, is it the same carriage she used for her birthday? The Nihira, in a coma, we lost our means of investigating the situation. I have to get help from Nicole. And with Irmin still deteriorating, we have no choice but to evacuate Sumeru City. Feels as though we're being pushed along by an invisible hand. Holy crap, Dottore is capitalism itself. This is crazy. Stop Mona and Zaris were the teachers here. We should be showing a little more confidence, don't you think? Well, I mean, they don't have visions. A wise judgment. Yeah. 6.3 weeks. Emily will kill Dottore. Let's move out to Caravan Rebot. I do wonder what kind of Dendro units we're going to get for Stellar Rongress, assuming that's not fake. All units are in position. It's the Mystery Man. I wonder who that is. Also notably, Nefer's birthday letter, which I guess I could go back and show, talks about thinking about forces brewing in the desert, which is probably a reference to this specifically. Her very recent birthday letter. Good, everything is going to plan. Interfering with Sumeru City is a necessary step, so do not hesitate. The Irminsul situation will not harm you. Let me see. Okay. Now the crazy thing is that if I recall correctly, I forget this guy's name. I believe he's the Japanese official voice actor for Mickey Mouse. All these fun rings. I wonder, yeah, what are these glasses chains? Okay. Well, after this, I guess we can do Nicole's quest or something. We need to speed things up here too. We don't want to keep our client waiting, do we? Yeah, who could the client be? Fatui Ambumanger back. Yeah, I guess. There was Shijina. First ever Indian Russian. No, sir, you have my word. Everything will be completed on schedule. ... Smiling. They say that fervent ambition attracts the favor of the gods, and with it a vision. What's the topic of the essay, if you don't mind sharing? Except that didn't happen to him. We appear to be the exception, so is our ambition not strong enough? Does it threaten the very foundations of this world? Yep, and in Momentous Cessation, the sands for Pale Flame. Pantalone mentioned years ago that he was not happy about not getting a vision. Okay, well, we'll do this on Friday. Quest progress saved. Here we are, Caravan Rebot. Caravan Reba McIntyre. Divergence leading to oneself. Discuss countermeasures, Caravan Rebot. Situation appears far worse than he previously imagined, with anomalies occurring in Irminsul and Nahidr in a coma. It seems best to first leave Samira City with everyone and head for Caravan Reboot. Okay. Well, it's saved. So we'll pick up, yeah. Oh, and it's here in Caravan Reboot that we have our teleport back. That's fine. Yeah, the first one was right in Nodcry. I don't know. I don't know, really. I was gonna say I can give myself something to quip, but I don't know. I can make a quip of just Nicole's weapon looking different depending on who uses it. I'm sure enough people will find that interesting. Well, on that note, let's go and fight. Oh, fight a couple of local legends to close the day out. We got like 6, 7 more minutes before we're chilling here. Don't feel like starting another quest right now, so... Oh, that's right, we gotta make more furniture. That's how we'll waste our time. Hiya. And cool. Bokana. And it's weird to switch out of her after that. She should be using her attack first. And at least we can tank this. Oh, and as in, do you choose a philosopher, or... That's cool. I like philosophy. Love of knowledge. Okay, cool. And, yep, flat energy restoration. It's pretty darn perfect. Cool. And, boom! 1, 2, 3, 4. We should figure out the combos a little better, but that's okay. And it... 4,396 attack. Wow, okay. This ain't bad, but no. We definitely need to do that witch's homework. Thank you. Alright, cool. And... that. And... cool. Yeah, Pyro Shield tanks this, at least. Cool. Nice and nice. Yeah, that's... Well, I don't know, you got a higher constellation prune than me, right? Never mind. Okay, what's one more thing to fight real quick? We could fight Mr. Sigurd over here. Okay. But, are you comfortable sharing the name of the philosopher you're writing the paper on? Are you a follow major? That's cool if so. When I was in college, I had to take a philosophy class or two for gen eds. Maybe in retrospect I should have taken more. I don't know. Okay. Now, the crazy thing is that it's legitimately such a good weapon that despite not... Oh! She can't catch her own particles, and if you do the hammer then... Well, that's silly. Goodness. AI philosopher. Oh, cool. But it... I mean, if you're not comfortable saying who the philosopher is, that is your prerogative. But if you are comfortable, I would like to know. Hello there. Oh, you picked that up. Yeah, we're kind of messed up here. And, it ain't bad. And we don't have any crowd control, since we don't have any on the team right now. Okay. Alright. And shield right now. These... And oh, we didn't swirl anything. Oh, it's so over. My goodness. Okay. Well, let's just kill them all. This is so scuffed. Yeah, you're not gonna get to land. Cool. There we go. Oh, when they first released ChatGPT, I mean, it just seemed like a fun little tech toy. I mean, in retrospect, I do feel a little bad about finding them funny. But, you know, the whole, bottomless pit supervisor green text, that was like the one interesting or funny thing that AI ever did, honestly. It's sad. Yeah, I mean, the main shame, honestly, is just... AI is legitimately making people stupider. I mean, there have been studies. Well, it'll be better once we actually do the witch's homework. I mean, because right now, she got a good amount of attack, but... Yeah. Prune. Well, in the long run, you cheat yourself. Nisha and Descartes. I mean, Nisha is interesting. One of the philosophers, I mean, I studied... When I was in college, I did economics, political science, and I also did I did theology with religious studies with a primary Christian focus. And there... Oh, I was talking before about how Nicole is... I mean, a lot of her text is very specifically Greek Orthodox. One Greek Orthodox modern writer/philosopher is a guy named David Bentley Hart, who is a guy who's famous/infamous for believing in universal salvation, actually. And as in, essentially purgatorial universalism, which is, not everyone goes straight to heaven. Everyone eventually gets there, but most people, go to purgatory first. And a lot of it is basically kind of logical syllogism in that, it's not possible for human sin to be computer science. But he wrote a lot of books. One of them was about his belief in universal salvation. Another one was about... Probably was... Let me see. I think it was Experience of God. It's one I read because I wanted to use it for a paper. But... Let me see. Compsci? David Bentley Hart. Old Head, Yeah, it was... I think it might have been Beauty of the Infinite or Experience of God. I read one of those. It's been years. But basically, he talked about how Nietzsche was... a lot of his... because in particular, since he was a Christian philosopher, he focused mainly on Nietzsche's... I mean, also a lot of it was a lot about... I think it might have been atheist delusions, which was his response to Dawkins's God delusion. Basically in the sense of... a lot of Nietzsche's rejection of Christianity was basically saying that he found it aesthetically ugly. That he thought slave morality, quote-unquote, was ugly. I mean, and for one... I mean, you can't get master morality out of Christianity, but I think there is a strong argument that you can very much get a sort of, beyond master and slave morality from Christianity, depending on how you look at it. But the main thing is that, I mean, what Hart said was basically, I mean, a lot of Nietzsche's criticism is basically saying, I find Christianity ugly, well, I disagree. And there's that. Maybe I find self-sacrifice and love of neighbor beautiful. And, what is Nietzsche going to do? I mean, for one, he's dead. What is Nietzsche going to do? Say, I don't actually find that pretty? But I think Nietzsche is interesting because at the very same time as there are a lot of aspects of his philosophy that can be seen as somewhat prefiguring fascism, the specific adoption of Nietzsche by the Nazis was specifically a cynical perversion of his thought done by his sister after he died. It's complicated. I mean, if you're talking about egoists, on the internet they used to meme a lot a guy named Max Stirner, who was one of the young Hegelians, one of the people who got into arguments with Marx and Engels 2 centuries ago, especially because there's a non-zero chance that Max Stirner was never a real person and was literally made up as an argumentative persona by Engels. Well, what I mean is that Nietzsche did not believe in self-sacrifice and love. And I mean, the whole reason why people try to ground that in morality is because it's hard to make an argument
that everyone should be nice to each other on pure self-interest alone. It's at least more difficult. I mean, and not even in a sense of you go to hell or heaven based on whether you're nice or not, but I mean, in the more specific, sophisticated philosophical kennings, it's more along the lines of, in the end, the nature of the universe is based on love. And, even in not a purely material sense, but a philosophical and spiritual sense, if you live a life based on hatred and selfishness, you work against the core of your own being. But in the end, Nietzsche might not have believed that love was bad, but he didn't necessarily believe it was good because he didn't exactly believe in good. There's certainly a lot of people who can stand to be more selfish, but there are also certainly a lot of people who can stand to be less selfish. So it's not the kind of thing you can really one-size-fits-all, so to speak. But one way or another, let's make 15 furnishings, and then I think I'll be done for the day. It's been fun. We had some good combos. Nasha stole emergency provisions, a mobile food stall, often seen in Nasha Town. The ending's on the other side of the stall. I think this is the one with the one food guy. Yeah, the candy guy from Bina's festival. Serve the shield against the sun, preserve the flavor of the food. Those who are pressed for time don't have the leisure to sit and dine. Instead, they flock to these stalls for portable sustenance between hurried errands. Aaron? Who's Aaron? Nasha stall, unending search. Mobile sundry stall. No, I think one was the candy guy and the other was the food guy. No, one of these, one of them is probably the sugar sculpture. Yeah, this is the sugar sculptures. Capable of displaying a variety of wares, small web man outside signals nighttime patrons to its location when such darkness falls. Such stalls rarely linger in one place for long. Vendor really could frequently to high traffic areas for swifter sales, and that's right, we need to go get our sugar sculpture. I've been showing them all, I need to go check Nefer's sugar sculpture. Twilight threaded leaves, a decorated flower bed seen in Nasha Town, brewing with slender trumpet-shaped lavender blooms and delicate leaves. Someone once likened these flowers to pale violet twilight stitched between the foliage, testament to their beauty and ornamental value. But I'm trying to go in order of patches so I don't forget, so it's actually Flynn's I need to get. So he's going to get the lantern one, that's right. Lalma got the antlers, Ino got the Quink Quink Croom Cake, and Nefa got Brigida. Soft-hued hydrangeas, a decorative flower bed seen in Nasha Town, frothing with clusters of white globular flowers amid broad, rounded leaves. These flowers bloom in dense, merry throngs. Even in the bleakest surroundings, they retain their bright conviviality. I read a bit of Descartes' Meditations in that philosophy quest I had to take as a gen ed back in college I mentioned. And in the end, yeah, you always have to interpret. The interesting thing that wasn't immediately obvious to any of us, given that we live in a secular age, is that, Descartes tried to essentially provide a defense of God, at least in our perspective, from a philosophical and sort of rational syllogistic perspective. But at the time, he was condemned roundly by a lot of people because he was making a case for God that wasn't, scriptural. Mechanical ornament beat bop. A static mechanical ornament assembled from discarded scrap metal and spare parts spawned in Nasha Town. To pass time, children love hiding near this object and interacting with possessions, making bebop noises. In the sense of, the assumption at the time was that religious text was enough to prove the existence of a higher power. And Descartes saying, well, no, or at least saying, you can also do it with philosophy, was perceived as a massive insult. Mechanical ornament, wah. Mechanical ornament assembled from discarded scrap metal and spare parts. It's wah because it's Waluigi. Often found in Nasha Town as a decorative fixture, it seems to be crying out in a loud wah with its upraised arms and gaping mouth. Perhaps the artisan who made it felt exactly that during its creation. Mechanical figurine, flash of inspiration, a finely crafted mechanical figure found in Nasha Town. This figurine has luminous devices installed in its hands, eyes, and head. The creator claims the design was inspired by the flashes of inspiration of an inventor. I know, probably. No one in particular. When a brilliant idea emerges, mysterious energy seems to run through the mind, eyes, and hands, kindling the light of wisdom. Urethra. Little round belly. An ornament repurposed from an unknown mechanical device of the pioneering age. That's referring to when the White Keepers were founded, right? It has a tin canopy, resembling a parasol mushroom and a plump round body. The little round belly often goes unnoticed and offers shelter to children seeking refuge during light showers, earning plenty of affection and street cred. Oh, this is one we got from constructing the Clank Clank shop. That's right, Ice Cream Cutie, cute. World Quest, and which one was that? That might have been... Which one did we get that from? An ornament repurposed to unknown mechanical device of the pioneering age. Following their whims, the children of Kant Gang add an ice cream decoration to its head. Go mistaking it for the real thing. Go for a look when it's freezing outside. That was that Frenzamoli Valley? Let me check. That was from, or from. Oh no, it was from crime. It was from getting the logs on the beach in Storsen Shoal. That's right. Well, heavy hooffall. A percussion instrument found in the Frostmoon Enclave, the triangular stand offers great stability and support with a considerable weight of the drum. They called it fat. Rude. Both the drum head and stand are adorned with antler motifs representing local culture. When struck by Frostmoon signs, the deep and resonant drum beats evoke the distant thunder of the rhyme-horn deer charging across the land. Or Lauma when she turns into a deer. Shadow of the Frostmoon, a silver fur emblem in the Frostmoon Enclave that combines the likenesses of both moon and deer. The shaft is painted blue, resembling condensed frost. O fair Frostmoon, weave for me a gentle hymn. The prayer left by Lady Isla remains etched in the memory of all Frostmoon silence. Twin-handled hanging pot, hot soup. A large twin-handled hanging pot used for cooking in the Frostmoon Enclave, capable of preparing meals for many at once. Always simmering with mouth-watering soup during mealtime, the pot offers on-demand nourishment for all at the table. Soup. Is there any... What's another local legend I could fight real quick with the new Varka team? That's a good question. Now, we'll get the sugar sculpture and fight one more thing. Painted pedunculate oak wood barrel with a narrow opening and slightly wider base, made entirely with pedunculate oak. The surface is painted the style of the Frostmoon Enclave, and right, the pedunculate oak is one that just looks like a green little plant, and is literally only in one tunnel. How do they use that wood? It's not even on the same island. Frostmoon Enclave, thanks to its small and easy to seal opening, the container minimizes evaporation. Such some of the Enclave use it to store fine wine. I didn't know they drank. Kind of just assumed they... Well, I didn't assume much. I assumed they were all vegetarians. I think they might be. Columbina eats meat, but she's probably not. She probably doesn't have to care, does she? What'll cover? Commonly used upright canopy in the Moon Power Expendable Design Bureau, designed with a colossal wheel for easy storage and transport. The canopy's fabric is treated with a special solution, granting it mild sun and rain resistance. However, the effects wane under intense sun and downpour. Last one, we're almost free. Medium cargo holds with transport. A medium-sized cargo hold, often seen in the Moon Power Expendable Design Bureau, prized for its ample storage. With vents built into its doors, can also transport live cargo over short distances. Rumor has it that a treasure hunter once hid inside in order to infiltrate a heavily guarded military base. That would be referring to Natoshka from Shoemaker's Children Go Barefoot. Cool. Then we can eventually start actually making our teapots for Not Let a Not Cry. That's right. You are sadistic. Did you say that specifically because you know that we'll be dealing pyro damage to it and speeding up cooking progress? This guy hates me. This guy hates me. Okay, well, let's get... I wonder if Nicole gets these. She doesn't really have a region. That's a Hyperborean vision. Yeah, she doesn't have one. Well, I already fought the wolf earlier today. I already fought the wolf and the Mandragora to show off the new team. I gotta wait for them to respawn. Yeah, go check the VOD. No, it's Flynn's. That's right. Do you have a party with Flynn's in it right now? I don't think. Blah. Yeah, we don't. No, it's right here. No worries. I'm not angry or anything, obviously. Okay. And might Flynn's have an interest in sugar sculptures? Miss Hunajan, if I might impose, would you make me a sugar sculpture? Oh, sure, your Flynn's the Lightkeeper, am I right? I think I've seen you in our store before. Did you have? I do sometimes swing by to purchase supplies. It is an honor and a privilege to be remembered so. Better than the 4-hour blinding stew, or even the 1 hour and 1 minute blinding stew. Well, you know, and that's why you like Nietzsche so much. Sorry, low blow. As for today, I just happened to be passing through when I witnessed your sugar-shaping mastery. After much consideration, decided I must have you scold me a serving. Oh, please, no need to be so polite. You're embarrassing me here. What a flirt. So hold on a moment, one serving coming right up. Perhaps we should do something special for our good Lightkeeper. And here it is. Sugar Sculpture Flynn's. Sugar Sculpture crafted to capture a person's essence. The ancient lonely lamp winks behind Flynn, standing guard by the graves. Let's eat that. Does nothing. So, last thing we'll do today, we'll go fight using this team. Good old Churldrick. That's right. Do it. Oh, and Canopy's almost gone. Let's put it back down here. This is honestly one of the most annoying to get to. Okay. Now, leveling for Lilin is going to be rough. I probably should throw that one attack. Sans well, I could keep it. For if I run her with Veni, she could afford. Yeah, sure, whatever. Sorry. That was mean. Oh, we missed. That's not good. Whatever. Oh, and we failed to swirl too. Satanic. Yeah, that's what it is. It's great. Well, it's a just permanent use portable waypoint. It is. Oh, Lord. And oh, because we have fewer particles. That's right. Hate you. Hate you so much. And it... Well then. Yeah, you got to see what happens when we actually increase the cooking progress. Probably. I mean, we are... Yep. Hate this guy. Oh, you healed too! That's right! I forgot you do that. Oh, wow. Okay. And you dodge it again. Yeah, we need to... Missing all those particle catches. Yeah, exactly. This is intended to be a boss fight that specifically doesn't work with... Well, actually, what we could do... If we time things right, we could hit it using non-infuse with no pyro and just break it with his claymores. And we would be just fine and dandy. Curious. Curious. Okay. Well then. Go for it. Let's go back and try that again. I mean, I can't always just use Zubai. And the Zubai team is fast enough killing it that it actually oftentimes does not even get to put its pot out. Which skips, well, some achievements, actually. Depending on how you're running things. But, come on, I really don't like how much you like doing your pogo attack. Well, no shield, that's fine. Cool. Dumb. Alright. Let's try this again. Well, just normal blunt damage Vorka. Why are you running against you specifically? Okay. And good stuff. Oh, good stagger. Okay. Well, this is what we're gonna do. We are going to get a bit more here, and oh, yep, exactly. I think we can do a good amount of damage here. Timed that wrong. Oh. Yeah, this is just not a boss you can really fight with this team, is the thing. I hate my stupid Chungus slowing. Okay, cool. I don't want to use that. Oh my goodness, you're gonna make me go until Jeopardy. Okay. That's fine. We can brute force this and slowly whittle him down. That's fine. Whatever. We're in a rough position. And again, I guess. But all the healing you're getting is not good for me. Okay. Because they wanted some inert elements, and yeah, we're not dealing fast enough to out-damage the healing. Well, I mean, we kind of are, but... Wow, this sucks big time. Okay. And it destroyed the shield. You know what? Either I fight something different with the Varka team, or I fight this with the Zebai team, because this just does not work with this team. At all. Oh, well, yeah, you can see. The shield isn't even all that good. Okay. Yeah, you know what? We can fight Sappho, the not-run lesbian. Because Blunt and Pyro both work well against her. That's a fun fight, but it's not a hard one. And it won't take me that long. Go me. I'm sorry, I'm bad. Actually, Vark is bad. Nicole's bad. This entire team kind of sucks. Whatever. Okay. Well, one day we'll get more prune. More attack. As she gets up to... My goodness.
a lot of attack. It's pathetic. It's pathetic. And... Cool. And what? Why did you go for the animal, you stupid imbecile? Whatever. I don't care anymore. Well, alright. Oh, no, this... I confused one lesbian with the other. Happy Pride. Okay. And it... hey, we can stagger, actually. That's good. But missing that is definitely good. Well, okay. Thank you. Something, something. Filthy Frank, please stop calling me gay. I don't know. Well, I mean, not that I'm offended. It's a DPS loss because I don't have her witch's homework done. If I complete her witch's homework, it's gonna stop being a DPS loss. Okay. Okay. Yeah. You know, I've transcended the need for love, the need for affection. I only desire money. Okay. Let's pull that up against Sappho. Let's fight the actual lesbian. You know, was it? I don't know. You know, sometimes if you confuse a gay couple with each other, they take it as a compliment. Let's see, you keep going for the animals. It's what I deserve for my homophobia. Okay, it wouldn't work. Okay, let's see. Let's see. 5,263. Wow. Wow. She gets a lot. And we can't knock her out of it. That's lame. Oh, stupid. Badly done. Well, it's not that I have anything against them, but when I say stuff like that, it gets them to bully me, which is what I want. Okay. I mean, in the end, the meta for getting gay people to like you is to be, like, very slightly homophobic in a way that's, like, plausibly deniable and makes you seem like a diva. That's true, right? Yeah. Guy who is homophobic because he likes gay people and wants them to be entertained. Every day, we need to make up new kinds of guy for the bit. Okay. Don't worry, I love gay people. If I didn't love gay people, I wouldn't have worked for a gay couple at a pizza place during summer in college. And acted, like, really deliberately, almost comically fruity around them so that they would like me better. And on that note, I think I've achieved everything I set out to achieve today. Well, actually, no, because I didn't do Nicole's quest, and this team wasn't as good as I expected. And I wasted some artifact juices on an attack sands that wasn't good enough. It's true. I wouldn't have collabed with any of those Canadians. Gay country. Something like that. Well, countdown to Pride. 12 more days. And on that note, oh, that's right, achievement. Jingling keys. Upon inspecting the illusions bloom, and smell your dreams often foretell danger. So, Sayonara everybody. And, I don't know. Sayonara to everybody except Bala. Sayonara Bala to Bala. I guess. It's fun. It's always fun. I'll be stewing around. I'll be playing this game 3 more times the rest of this week.